Ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:01 and I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is a meeting of a special council meeting for the Township of Muskoka Lakes on Monday, November the 3rd, 2025. We can just get the right page in front of me. I can confirm quorum. We have all members of council present and or on Zoom and available to participate in the debate and the vote, if there are any votes. I can also confirm that the CAO, the clerk, and other members of the senior management team are present. And before we start, I would like to acknowledge that we are on lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for this territory for the benefit of future generations, and their stewardship throughout the ages is recognized. Thank you, and Megwich. Today's meeting, as almost always are, is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, your voice, and your comments being recorded and posted online. As we always do, we sought public input on this agenda at TML public comment at muskokalakes.ca and received none. I would also like to acknowledge that there is a supplementary agenda posted, I believe, late last week. It was issued to add the following. Number one, 4.a, public comment from the Muskoka Ratepayers Association Re, 7 comments on the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2026 Budget Report. And number 2, 5.c, items of business, presentation from the Director of Financial Services Re, report FIN-2025-020-2026 Budget Report. And it contains 3 parts: the addendum to Appendix 2, a presentation, and divisional presentations as well. Before we get moving, I would like to ask all councillors whether they have any pecuniary interests based on this agenda and the content that they've reviewed. If they have any pecuniary interests they wish to declare. I see none. If you do find yourself in a situation where you feel that issue has become an issue, please signify and take the necessary steps to declare and recuse. Thank you. The motions, to the extent there are any, have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite the meeting. And as for voting, members shall physically raise their hand until the mayor has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote shall be recorded by the clerk. And in that case, it would not be considered a recorded vote. Okay, so we're going to move right into the items of business. And I'm going to call on, who's doing the first one? Is it Director Donaldson?
She's there for information. It was your Mayoral Direction.
I'm sorry?
Right, this one?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, dear Mayoral Direction.
Okay, sorry. The first one is the Mayoral Direction. I don't know if you, it was included in the material, and everybody who has received the material had it. Unless you have any questions, I don't think there's any more to say about it. I would like to next give consideration to a resolution to suspend the rules of procedure so that we can stand down a little bit from the normal formalities and engage in a debate, as I think the matter of the budget requires. So I'm going to read a resolution moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that pursuant to section 2.3.2 of the Township's procedural bylaw 2023-089 as amended, the rules of procedure relating to speaking time and rules of debate be hereby suspended for the duration of the presentation of the 2025 Township of Muskoka Lakes 2026, right? 2026 Township of Muskoka Lakes Budget Report. And that the rules of procedure be reinstated at the conclusion of this matter. Anybody have any comments or feedback? Councillor Bosenworth.
Thank you. Perhaps the clerk could just expand on what that means. It's a little fuzzy in my mind as we don't do it very often.
No.
Thank
Director
you.
Proskey.
Thank you, through you. We do this for a couple of reasons. One, it's been done in years past just to allow a little bit more free speaking. So to allow no limit on time that a member of council can speak, and a number of times that a councillor can speak. The procedural bylaw really only allows for 2 per agenda item. So this gets rid of that. The other item that would be new for this year is and that's the debate piece, is to allow the chair to debate the matter as well. So that the chair can speak to it. So those are really the 2 reasons why the resolution is in front of you. This does require 2/3 vote to pass.
Councillor Kent, we're not hearing that? We're not hearing you.
Okay, yeah, no, now it's working. Thank you.
Okay. I've called for questions. Any other questions? And we'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. Yep. All right. Next up, and where the rubber starts to hit the road, is a presentation from the Director of Financial Services. It's the 2026 Budget Report. Director Donaldson, if you would, please.
Taking a copy of the report.
I have no volume again.
I don't think anybody was talking.
So good morning, Mayor Kelley and members of council. On behalf of the leadership team, I'm pleased to present the 2026 township budget. In my opening remarks, I want to begin by expressing my sincere thanks to all staff who contributed to developing this budget. It truly takes a collective effort to bring this document together, and I greatly appreciate the dedication, attention, and hard work that's made it possible. The presentation, see if I can change the slides there. There we go. There we go. This presentation will provide an overview of the budget and the process behind it, beginning with the legislative framework that guides municipal budgeting, including the Ontario Strong Mayors legislation and other provincial regulations that influences timelines and decision-making. It will then highlight how the operating and capital funds are allocated to deliver service and support the community. The presentation will also review the impact on the property tax rate and conclude with an outline of the next steps in the process, including additional council review and opportunities for public input before the budget is finalized and deemed adopted. So as a starting point, it's important to remember that all municipalities in Ontario are required under the Municipal Act to prepare and adopt a budget annually. This is set out in Part 7, Section 290 of the Municipal Act. And when we talk about a balanced budget in the municipal context, it's defined a little differently than you might see in the private sector. A balanced budget for municipalities means that revenues plus any reserve withdrawals must equal expenses plus any reserve contributions, which in other words, we're required to account for every dollar coming in and going out and how it is being accounted for. It's also important to note that municipal budgets are not prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles for public sector entities. For example, they do not include amortization and debt payments are considered to be interest and principal both. Instead, it focuses more like a cash flow, what we plan to collect and what we plan to spend in a year. For 2026, the township is projecting a total spend of $32.1 million, covering both operating and capital expenditures. We're planning to transfer $10.1 million to reserves, and which includes about $6.9 million, which would come directly from the tax levy to support future asset renewal. We're also anticipating about $10.2 million in revenues from sources other than taxation, things like user fees, grants, and investment income, and $12.8 million in transfers from reserves to fund capital projects and special initiatives. After all that, the resulting tax levy, which represents the portion funded through property taxes, is $19,263,700, and that is the amount required from ratepayers to balance the budget in accordance with Municipal Act. I want to get this right. On May 1st, the province of Ontario extended strong mayor powers under the Municipal Act Part 6.1 to additional municipalities, including the Township of Muskoka Lakes, as part of a broader change affecting 169 municipalities with councils of 6 members or more. This change granted enhanced authority to mayors, which includes proposing the annual budget. While many of these powers were delegable under written instruments, the authority over budget proposals were explicitly not delegable, meaning the mayor or head of council must exercise this power. The overarching goal in bringing today's budget forward has been to design an approach that functions much like the traditional budget cycle in the municipality, but within the constraints of the strong mayor system. The mayor provided direction to staff, which was included on today's agenda, to update the pre-budget report with any necessary technical adjustments, to revisit the key budget drivers identified in September, and explore opportunities to reduce the proposed levy increase. Later in this presentation, we'll cover more of the next steps in detail and the timelines that are shown in this slide. So today's budget is pertaining to the services provided by the township as detailed on this slide. These services include the local roads of the municipality, meaning those without a district highway number identifier, fire prevention and protection, recreational services such as parks, arenas, trails, and community centers, the public library, planning and development, bylaw enforcement, economic development, and administration, which includes the tax collection services for the township for its behalf, and also the district and local school boards. In addition to the township services, the District of Municipality of Muskoka takes care of things like district roads, water, wastewater, solid waste, ambulance services, long-term care homes, and affordable housing. The provincial government locally handles the provincial highways, healthcare, education, and social services. The township actively sought public input on the 2026 budget through a variety of channels, including social media, the engagement portal at engagemuskokalakes.ca, and the public meeting which was held in September where the pre-budget was presented. To date, we have received relatively few responses. It is possible that the recent changes in the Strong Mayors legislation may have affected public participation, but we did receive comments from the Muskoka Ratepayers Association, which have been provided to councillors, and the public continues to be encouraged to provide their feedback as their input is valuable in shaping the township's budget priorities. So with that, I wanted to go back to the September report that was presented. When staff presented the pre-budget report, the proposed tax levy was $19,398,800, which was a 10.4% increase over 2025. And through careful review and adjustments, the final budget has been reduced to $19,263,700, which is a 9.6% increase, which reflects a decrease of $135,100. Several key changes contributed to this reduction. We deferred certain costs to 2027, including the climate mitigation contract salary expense of $50,000 and a portion of the fire training remuneration ask of $100,000. On the revenue side, we increased user fees that we expect to receive by $25,000. We also realized savings in several other areas, including a decrease in our general insurance based on the latest renewal. We reduced that by $14,800. We proposed, or we actually applied an update to our cost of living adjustment based on the assumption that was in the pre-budget report. We now know the actual. The assumption we used was higher, so that we were able to reduce by $19,400. We also added in a recovery from the District of Muskoka, which covers a portion of district councillors' participation at conferences, and that was $2,300. We also had a more technical adjustment related to the equipment cost distribution that we do across departments. The equipment costs are charged for each activity, and then there's a recovery credited back to the equipment division. We found that that recovery was undervalued, particularly when considering the amount of usage on capital projects. So we were to adjust that recovery by $50,000, which generated additional technical savings. And then further adjustments were to the which would increase the levy that were made, was a further downward adjustment for short-term rental licenses and fines, and that was $125,000. So that was actually an increase to the levy. That was an increase in expenditure or decrease in revenue. And we had other minor technical adjustments of $1,400. So overall, these changes reflect staff's ongoing commitment to manage expenditures while balancing the township's priorities and maintaining service levels. So as we can see from these charts, 34% of our total expenditures for 2026 are dedicated to funding capital projects through transfers to reserve funds, reflecting our ongoing commitment to maintaining and renewing key infrastructure. The remaining 66%, the large section of the blue pie on the right, when you break that down, is the pie on the left. So of that 66%, 62% of that goes towards salaries and benefits. As a people-driven organization, our services rely on the skills, expertise, and dedication of our people to deliver programs and services and maintain our roads, equipment, and facilities. The salary budget includes all approved positions, which we have 86 full-time staff and 33 part-time or seasonal staff, budgeted at the top of the pay bands for which they are applied, with a general allowance of $275,000 applied, so that we're accounting for in-year vacancies that ultimately do take place during the year. There have been no new positions added for 2026, but we have increased budgeted hours for certain roles, which I'll speak to in a moment. Other significant allocations in that pie on the left include 14% for contract services, materials, and equipment, 6% for utilities and facility maintenance, and then smaller portions cover costs related to our general insurance program, professional fees, which includes recoverables from third-party services related to septic reinspection and election-related expenses in 2026, which will be funded from our elections reserve. Staff development, which includes conferences and training, IT expenses, which is mostly comprised of software licenses, and administration costs, which include tax bill printing and postage, telephone, and office equipment leases. Our debenture repayment, which will end in 2027. The current debenture matures in 2027. Operating and community grants. So those are the grants to organizations within the municipality that we support, and other miscellaneous costs, which include non-capital purchases, minor non-capital purchases, mileage reimbursement, and uniform and boot allowances. Overall, these charts illustrate how the budget balances investment in our future with the operational needs required to serve the community effectively today. In the area of contract services, the 2026 budget has increased by $542,900, which is a 26% increase over last year's budget. Many of the township's assets are approaching the end of their useful life, and extreme weather continues to place additional strain on roadways and infrastructure. To address these challenges and align with the recently approved asset level of service study, the budget includes increased spending on contract services, materials, and equipment to support enhanced roadway and roadside maintenance. Key investments include investments in our equipment, our road surface maintenance for both loose and paved roads, roadside activities such as mowing, brushing, ditching, and culvert work, increases related to winter control, and other minor purchases. On the public safety side, under contract services, Council approved a contract award for a new fire dispatch service. The current provider does not currently meet the NFPA standard required by regulation, and the new provider will deliver substantial benefits to the public and operations, and in the long term, support improved response time, safety, and reliability. There are no changes in the proposal for contract service costs from the pre-budget report that was tabled in September by staff. On the service level and staffing side, in July 2022, the province introduced a mandatory minimum certification standard through a regulation for specific rescue services. Those compliance deadlines are July 2026 and July 2028. To support this requirement, Council previously approved the addition of a deputy fire chief training and community risk reduction to coordinate and deliver the necessary training. The pre-budget report included a proposed $163,000 increase in 2026 to support firefighter training for passenger vehicle and surface water rescue. In this budget, that amount has been revised down by $100,000 to $63,000, a $63,000 increase, which was reflecting a phased approach that delays some training components. The township remains fully committed to achieving certification and maintaining specialized rescue capabilities. However, this approach aims to balance the need for compliance with fiscal responsibility, ensuring progress towards provincial standards while managing the fiscal impact on ratepayers through gradual, sustainable investments. In 2024, Council approved funding to expand available pickleball time for local players, which has since seen strong and sustained demand. While the current budget for the arena operations captures a seasonal support person for 32 weeks, the arena pickleball season now extends throughout the entire non-ice period in both arenas. As arena staff are required to be on site whenever facilities are in use, current staffing levels have exceeded the original budget allocations, with temporary adjustments being made to offset costs. In the 2026 budget, we propose to increase the seasonal coverage hours from 32 weeks per year to 44 weeks per year to cover the entire winter season and the extended coverage for summer programs and supporting community activities. In addition, increased hours are required for community center custodial staff due to higher facility usage. The waiving of rental and insurance fees for local associations, service clubs, and community groups has led to greater activity and a higher need for on-site monitoring, cleaning, and support. Based on the 2025 budget, the 2026 budget proposes to increase custodial coverage hours from 2,600 to 5,000 for the year in order to maintain safe and well-managed community spaces. As Council is aware, vendor-related challenges delayed the launch of the online registration portal required for operators to obtain licenses, and this delay has directly impacted the implementation timeline for the township's new short-term rental licensing program. Since the 2025 budget was prepared, two significant assumptions have changed for 2026. One, the number of short-term operators in the township is much lower than originally thought, and two, that the current year would shift to, the 2026 would shift to a year of enforcement. With the registration system going live later than anticipated, the program's timeline has effectively shifted forward by 1 year. As a result, 2026 will now focus on compliance and education, while enforcement activities are expected to begin in 2027. These changes affect both license fee revenue and fines from expected enforcement activities, that were included in last year's 2026 outlook. Despite these impacts and the timing of these activities, we continue to emphasize an education-first approach that will foster long-term cooperation from operators and strengthen the overall compliance with the program. Further, the assumptions outlined in the pre-budget report, staff have reduced projected revenues from fines by $50,000 and from short-term rental license revenues by $75,000. And as noted, contributions to reserve account for over 1/3 of this year's expenditures, with an $875,000 increase over last year, representing 5% of the 9.6% increase this year. It is the majority of what is driving this year's levy increase. The township has benefited from additional provincial grant funding. We are due to receive an extra $65,000 through the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund in 2026, and an increase of $78,600 through the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. An updated investment policy approved earlier this year has allowed funds for reserves to be invested, ensuring that returns on held funds are being optimized. The level of levy-funded contributions to capital is proposed to rise to $6.875 million, as noted, which is an increase from $3.6 million in 2023. That amount of investment has nearly doubled over this term of council. And despite this increase, total contributions toward capital from all sources are still not sufficient to meet this year's identified capital needs, leaving an estimated shortfall of approximately $2.5 million, which will be a drawdown from the current year's reserve balances. Over the term of council, there has been a focused effort to strengthen capital funding to address the widening infrastructure gap, but still more is needed to continue the work that we've begun. Turning to the revenue side, so 65% of the township's total revenues are raised from the property tax levy, with an additional 3% generated from development-related tax reassessment and penalties and interest on overdue accounts. A further 1% comes from transfers from reserves, which is really to cover grants issued under the Community Improvement Program and this year's election expenses. Of the remaining 31% of revenues, which is the purple piece there, the largest portion comes from licenses and permits, which is 33%, the majority of which is generated by the building department, followed by 31% from federal and provincial grants, which are transferred through to reserves. So it's a flow through. It comes in revenue, it goes back out through transfers to reserves. Cost recoveries account for 15%, which are offsetting professional fees and contract services on the expense side, amounts that we're incurring and then recovering through various means. And then we have investment income contributing 9% of revenue, of which approximately 2/3 of our revenue is a transfer to reserve as well. So again, it's just a flow through. User fees, primarily from planning services and arena operations, account for 6%. Bylaw enforcement fines account for 4%. And other miscellaneous revenues, including financial services and cemetery fees, make up the remaining 2%. So this slide presents the operating budget by department, with transfers to reserve removed to provide a clearer view of the year-over-year changes in the actual operations components of these areas. The full budget on page 17, in the full budget on page 17, each of these lines includes transfers to reserves, which can then create some volatility year over year, where there's a change in the amount of investment through the transfers to reserves line in that area. So this just helps to strip that out so you can really see what each of the areas are doing. The drivers behind the changes have been largely discussed already. Administrative costs remain relatively stable. That administration line includes the supplementary and omitted tax revenues I talked about, development-related tax reassessments, includes that, and that is offsetting the increases in salaries, conference attendance, and other revenue adjustments in the year. Development services show a decrease, which is really driven by lower budgeted legal expenses. Fire services reflects an increase primarily from the higher training remuneration investment being made in the year, the change in the dispatch services contract, which we talked about, and there are some reductions on the user fee side and the revenue side as well. The library remains relatively constant, and the increase in operations is being driven by the higher roadside maintenance, winter control, facility maintenance expenses that we discussed earlier in the presentation. So just a quick word, we do include a 2025 forecast to the end of the year. The current year currently anticipates a deficit of approximately $478,900, and that's based on the estimates available at the end of September, the actuals that we have to the end of September. Several factors have contributed to this projected shortfall. Obviously, unfunded costs related to the ice storm are included in contract services, which has been a significant driver. We have assumed in this assumption that we will receive 50% of ice storm expenses funded by the province. We don't know what that final number will be. We have made our submission and we will probably know sometime, hopefully in 2026, what that amount will be. Winter maintenance demands have also increased, allowing additional road plowing and sanding were required, as well as additional costs related to the clearing of the arena roofs to manage the snow loads that were not anticipated in the 2025 budget. On the revenue side, of course, we've talked about short-term rental licensing fees were lower, which reduced income for the year. And certain areas such as building inspection have shown lower salaries in the year, but they do not affect the levy because those costs are all funded through building permit fees. So overall, while these factors have created a situation where we have a projected deficit, management continues to actively monitor expenditures and revenue performance through the end of the year, and final results will be confirmed in Q1 of 2026. Should be noted that several proposed staffing initiatives or considered staffing initiatives were not included in the 2026 budget, which reflects the township's ongoing effort to balance service needs with fiscal responsibility. One such initiative was the proposed upgrade of 2 seasonal enforcement officers to a new full-time bylaw enforcement officer position that was not included. That role would have supported additional year-round capacity and supported broader education and enforcement and allow for more regular reviews of bylaws. That's been deferred. As well, as mentioned, the planning committee approved by council put forward a resolution asking staff to look at opportunities for implementation of the climate mitigation adaptation plan. A position was considered and actually was included in the pre-budget report for $50,000 for a shared position with a neighboring municipality. That has been deferred to 2027 as well. In the arena area, again, there was a consideration to consolidate. We did include increased hours for seasonal. There was consideration to actually move that right into a full-time position. The adjustment would have addressed recruitment challenges. You've got people, you're having to do recruitments multiple times a year, help to mitigate staff turnover, build some of that institutional knowledge around the operations of the arenas and create a more stable workforce. However, we have not included that proposal. Looking ahead, so we include 2 outlook years in the budget. In 2027, the estimated tax levy increase is projected at 7.7%. Again, this includes a 5% levy increase related to contributions to reserves. So that's 5% of the total 2026 levy. So that would be an increase of $975,000 again next year to support ongoing capital and infrastructure needs. Salary and benefits would be expected to rise by $385,800, which is 3.2%, which would include the balance of the requests made for the fire training. So there was 163, we deferred 100, so that 100 would come in 2027. And that climate action position, that half position would also be included in 2027 as well. On the revenue side, short-term rental license fees would be projected to increase by 10% or $33,500 in 2027. And enforcement revenue would expect to double as we move from education to enforcement for short-term rental in 2027. In 2028, the estimated levy would increase by another 8.5%. Again, there would be another 5% increase in contributions to reserves from the 2027 levy, which would add another $1,035,000 for reserves and capital support. Salary and benefit costs would increase by 3.5%. Additional operational activities would then would maintain our service levels for those years. New sources of revenue for 2028 includes the launch of a municipal accommodation tax. So we would be looking at a MAT for 2028 as a placeholder. Getting $250,000 has been included. I haven't done any research. I don't know where we would be in terms of what that number would actually be, but as a placeholder, I've added $250,000. We've also considered a new debenture for 2028. So we're talking about building a new fire station in 2028. So we're talking about a $6 million debenture, which would generate an annual debt servicing cost, a new servicing cost of about $550,000 a year starting in 2028 related to payment of that debenture. So it should be emphasized, these figures are preliminary outlooks and they're for informational purposes only based on what we know today. They are not being presented as part of the budget. They're not being asked, they won't be formally adopted. They're really just here to try and help anticipate future financial pressures, ensure sustainable budget practices, and help us to kind of peek around the corner to see what we need to be thinking about in terms of capital investment and fiscal sustainability in the coming years. So moving to capital, years of underinvestment in life cycle maintenance have resulted in a significant backlog in capital needs across the township. For 2026, planned capital projects total $12,546,500, while the 10-year capital outlook anticipates cumulative investments of $197,488,600 in nominal dollars. Present valued to 2026 would be about $160 million. This reflects both ongoing asset renewal and evolving service expectations. So in the recently completed asset level of service study, we added to the 10-year capital plan, $24.2 million of unallocated road infrastructure priorities. The roads need study will help to inform what that money would be used for, but at this point we've just kind of put in a general placeholder that's consistent with what was included in the asset level of service study. The 2035 projections have replaced the 2025 projections in last year's 10-year plan, so that represents a difference of about $20 million. And certain projects have also been rescoped. And for example, the arena roof replacements have been increased by about $3.5 million to better address structural and service needs. The remainder of the increase reflects restated estimates and updated future dollar valuations in the out years. But the plan, for all intents and purposes, for the most part, has maintained fairly static from what it was in 2025. We've just revalued. We've added the extra roads projects in accordance with the level of service study. So we continue to refine and update the 10-year outlook, ensuring it remains realistic and aligned with priorities, and generally addressing the infrastructure gap to maintain service delivery. So the charts on this slide illustrate the allocation of that $12.5 million for 2026 capital expenditures. And the majority of the investment is in the area of operations, 85%, the large teal colored piece of the pie there is operations. 11% is dedicated to fire service, with the remaining 4% dedicated to other areas. Within operations, over 2/3 of the spending is directed towards road and bridge design projects for 2026. Reflecting the township's focus on maintaining and renewing critical transportation infrastructure. Fleet maintenance and upgrades account for 11% of operations expenditures, ensuring the vehicles and equipment remain safe and reliable. Facility maintenance and improvements also comprise 11%, supporting the upkeep of the township's buildings and structures. The Parks program, which is mainly investments in the docks and wharves, reflects 9% of operating spending, while remaining funds are allocated to community centers and trails to ensure continued recreation and community services. The next two slides provide an overview of the major projects scheduled for completion in 2026, focusing on those identified having the highest priority, with factors such as asset condition, operational risk, and service delivery needs. The projects span the areas of transportation, the facilities, fire service, parks, fleet, and reflect the township's strategic approach to maintaining critical assets, ensuring public safety. Each project has been carefully evaluated, ensuring that resources are directed to areas with the greatest immediate and long-term impacts. The page references that you see on these slides reflect back to the budget document, where there is more detailed information on the scope, rationale, and potential risks or consequences of not proceeding. Department heads will present additional details later this morning to help council and the public understand how these investments align with the township's priorities. So this chart on this slide illustrates the origins of funding for 2026 capital projects. While all capital funds are technically managed through the township's reserve funds, this presentation provides a clearer and more representative view of the underlying sources of capital funding. So in 2026, the largest share, 55%, is the $6,875,000 levy contribution. Reflects the ongoing commitment to fund infrastructure. Capital grants collectively contribute 22%, while investment returns on investment account for 4%. The remaining 19% is being financed through a drawdown of the reserve funds. It's important to note that debt financing has not been considered for any of the 2026 projects, as the selected initiatives are not deemed to be suitable for borrowing, and the township's limited borrowing capacity needs to be strategically managed to address the most critical needs. And looking ahead, debt financing has been assumed, as noted, for a new fire hall. And looking ahead, based on current planning assumptions, we need to have a strategic plan for how to use borrowing for high priority long-term infrastructure investments. This approach ensures the township's balances its need for renewal, ensures we have the appropriate level of debt available to do so. So since 2024, council's made significant investments in capital, reflecting a sustained commitment. And in 2024, an additional $1.4 million was added to bring the total contributions to $5 million, with a further $1 million in 2025, raising contributions to $6 million. Looking forward, the budget and the 10-year outlook assume a 5% annual increase in levy-funded contributions, which would bring an increase of $875,000 in 2026, $975,000 in 2027, and $1,035,000 in 2028. If this level of annual increase is maintained, the annual levy contribution to reserves could reach $10 million by 2029, providing significant and sustainable source of capital funding beyond then. Beyond 2030, incremental contributions would further grow reserves rather than drawing down. We would then be able to grow reserves, strengthening the township's capacity to finance critical infrastructure projects, emerging priorities, and create long-term sustainability. So the net required levy increase for 2026, as noted, 9.6%, 5%, which is driven by increased contributions, 4.6% for operations. On average, the annual increase in the tax levy for operating expenses since 2020, excluding levy-funded contributions, has been approximately 4.1%, demonstrating a measured approach to balancing services and ratepayer affordability. Over the past 5 years, the annual rate increase, excluding any levy from the assessment growth, has varied significantly from 1.7, as shown in this chart, from 2021 to a high of 14.3% in 2024, and last year's increase was 8.9%. Assessment growth helps to offset the impact of levy increases on existing taxpayers. For 2026, assessment is estimated to increase by $101.4 million, or 0.9%, bringing the total assessed value within the municipality of residential properties to $11 billion. Of which total $11 billion, of which $10.6 billion is residential based on 2016 values. A portion of the levy increase is applied evenly across all taxpayers, while additional revenue generated from new development and property growth has the impact on the assessment piece for new properties. As noted, property owners receive a consolidated tax bill from the township, which includes amounts collected on behalf of the township, the District of Muskoka, and local school boards. It's important to note that in 2025, only 23% of the total amounts collected from township ratepayers remained with the township, highlighting the proportion of property taxes allocated to other levels of government. This chart on this slide illustrates the total tax-supported consolidated tax rate since 2021, excluding water, wastewater, and waste management levies. But it does include the health levy. Based on the current projections, the estimated consolidated tax increase for 2026 would be 4.2%, although this figure remains subject to confirmation by the district on its 2026 budget, official notification from the province regarding the school board rates, which haven't increased in 5 years, so I'm assuming they're going to leave it where it is. The final assessment values for the township also need to be confirmed. This consolidated view provides context for the overall tax impact for property owners, while highlighting the township's portion of the levy that directly supports local services. So in summary, the charts on this slide provide a detailed overview of how the proposed tax levy will be allocated, and importantly, what taxpayers receive in return for their tax dollars. Approximately 36% of the levy is directed toward capital funding from reserve contributions supporting long-term infrastructure renewal, with 64% current operations. Within the operational funding, 30% is allocated to roads, while maintaining and improving transportation infrastructure that residents rely on daily. 21% is administration, supporting governance, financial management, and corporate services that keep the township functioning efficiently. Recreation services, including parks, arenas, and community centers, account for 19%, providing spaces and programs for health, leisure, and community engagement. Fire services receive 17%, ensuring public safety and emergency response capabilities. Development services account for 9%, excluding the building department, which is fully funded through permit fees, while the remaining portion supports the library subsidy, offering educational, cultural, and community resources. This breakdown not only highlights how the tax dollars are allocated across departments and services, but also demonstrates the direct benefits taxpayers receive, from safe roads to emergency services to recreational opportunities. It reinforces the township's commitment to transparency and accountability in delivering the services. So council received the proposed the proposed budget on October 28th, and with corresponding agenda published for this meeting on November 3rd. Under the township's procedural framework, under the legislation, council has a 30-day period until November 26th to propose amendments to the budget as presented. These amendments may address specific changes to operating service levels, programs, or capital projects or priorities. Amendments can be considered and passed at any council meeting within this 30-day window. For the November 24th meeting, any proposed amendments not identified for discussion on the 20 or not identified for discussion must be submitted to the clerk by November 20th to ensure that they can be included on a meeting agenda for that meeting. If there are no matters identified to come back for the 24th, then there is no requirement to hold that meeting. It's important to note that any amendment passed by council may be subject to mayoral veto. The mayor's veto period extends until December 6th, with formal notice provided to council by the clerk. And should the mayor exercise a veto, council retains the ability to override that veto with a 2/3 majority vote within 15 days or by December the 21st. Once amendments are passed, they become part of the approved budget and are deemed adopted, meaning that there is no final vote to adopt the final budget. So this graphic just kind of gives us a where we are now. So the red block, we're at this meeting today. The 30-day window started on October 28th. Discussion and deliberation amendments can be discussed for today. They can be brought forward at a future meeting or through communication with the clerk for inclusion on the 24th if that meeting is required, pending any further discussion on amendments to this budget. So with that, I'd like to thank council for this opportunity to present the 2026 budget, and happy to take any questions.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Director Donaldson. That was extremely well done, well written, easy to understand. And I think on behalf of everybody who has had a chance to read it, really nicely done. So thank you and your team for putting it all together. Is that? I'm sorry. I don't know what you're asking. Councillor Zavis, you're trying to. Oh yeah. Okay. I got you. I'll hold it for you. All right. Just a couple of quick thoughts on process. There is a process ahead of us. We will obviously have the opportunity to review and make comment, give feedback, ask questions, propose alternative ideas. We're in this sort of weird situation that none of us have ever been through before, where the mayor has powers of veto. My goal is to not use those powers. My goal, quite frankly, is to honor the democratic principles that have been in place for hundreds of years in this country that allow elected officials to speak and vote and act on behalf of their constituents to the best of their abilities. And I fully hope that we will work together to find the right budget. I guess a couple of quick comments. We hear grumbling everywhere we go. It's too high, it's too low, we're asking too much, you're not asking enough money for fees, whatever. We really, in order to make a change to this, we really need to propose something that's actually specific and actionable. I don't think anybody's going to give 3 minutes time to somebody saying it has to be lower. Of course it has to be lower. It always wants to be lower. But we need to identify those specific service levels that we've committed to just in the last 90 days, if memory serves correctly. Which of those service levels are we proposing to lower, to reduce, in order to find economies to pass back in the form of a lower tax bill? Alternatively, on the capital side, same sort of thing. We are well underway in our quest, and I know it was a stated goal of this council, to find ways to rationalize all of the, I won't say all, but most of the buildings and infrastructure that we've been carrying forward. That process takes time, lots of public consultation. Certainly on fire station work, we're well down the path. We've identified 3 to be removed, and we're moving forward with a plan that is going to take a couple of years to implement, obviously, and money. We're well underway on the arena rationalization. Obviously, I'm not going to speak to that because I've been recused on that discussion. Community centers, public works yards, all of those things are going to be reviewed and are, for the most part, well underway in terms of reviewing What's the optimal structure look like? Where do they need to be? How many do they need to have? Are the ones we have suitable for repurposing or reuse, or do we have to start from scratch? We know that. We know that we're carrying too big a load. I think Director Donaldson characterized it as years of, I made a note of it because it was a great summary, years of sort of deferring on the maintenance and the management of those things, of those assets, is now catching up to us. They're failing more often, and they're failing more expensively. And we need to take a long, hard look at what do we need, where do they need to be, and how do we need to either repurpose or rebuild in order to meet the needs of our constituents. So I'm looking for and hoping to hear specific items that we can debate and discuss and either agree we'll modify this budget or not, and carry it forward. We have accomplished a lot as a council by acting that way, by debating publicly in public, by spirited sometimes debates. And we've reached some great conclusions and made some great strides. And I think this budget deserves the same treatment and the same attention and the same kind of latitude, or whatever you want, opportunity for improvement. And that's how I intend to move this thing forward. Okay. Anyone else have any comments or questions they want to make for Director Donaldson while he's up there? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I guess to Mark, the one thing that I guess I'm relying on, clearly the 2025 budget expenditures, things like not Bill Morris, but Windermere floating docks, for example, that are, as I understand, would be, I'm presuming that they would be, that's folded into the 2025 budget, which we've moved on to 26. You're not telling us that, for example, check this box off, that dock is done, this is done. There's some late breaking projects to year's end. Am I to presume that with Windermere floating dock not being mentioned here, that it is a 2025 expenditure? And that's a question of that particular item, but are there other items as well that are covered off in 25 that are just not mentioned here because that's old news, that's yesterday's news? Thank you.
Okay. So through you, Your Worship. So the process we use is when an item is included in a budget, if it is committed to, contracted, signed, it's considered to be, it's an expense that's done for that year. So you will not see it again. Once a decision is made, it's made, so it doesn't come back. So I think the answer to your question is yes. I mean, once we've signed on, even if the work's not been completed, once we've signed it, it's done. Like we basically will just report on it when we get to the end of what the actual costs are. I think if I'm answering your question.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm not fully aware of the process, I guess. I'm not sure that this question would just be to Director Donaldson or you, I guess. I don't know how to.
Haven't heard the question yet.
Well, I had a couple of situations so for instance, if I'm just looking at trails, and I find it really interesting because the numbers are still around the same $10,000 that we always spent every year, but we're putting $50,000 away for trails. I find that difficult.
I think the best, and I'm going to take a guess, when we're going to have a bit of a break when we're done with Director Donaldson. I think next up are departmental budget presentations, and I suspect that would probably be the right time to raise issues like that on an item by item basis, unless Director Donaldson wants to take it now.
I'll just ask one other question of the director, and I'm confused about the library and how we used to be and where we are going, and that's a fairly large increase on the library budget, but I don't know, it used to be that we didn't have to contribute except to the building, but I see now it's a little different. Is that still the case, or I thought we got more grants and stuff?
Director Donaldson.
So I'll speak to the first point just quickly. So we've got we've increased total contributions to reserves by 875,000 to 6,875,000. The allocations that we've made in terms of which department it's hitting, which department and which reserve it's going to, is really kind of looking ahead in terms of what expenses may be coming down the line. And I know that a couple of years ago, there was some discussion about expanding trail networks and expanding trail services. If council wishes us to take that core amount and reallocate it to different priorities, more to roads, less to trails, more to arenas, less to community, whatever it might be, happy to make those tweaks. Those would be more technical changes to the budget itself. We're still kind of at that $6,875,000 level, but we can certainly, massage where we place it and what reserve we're funding it to. On the second point, just on the library. So the library, I'm working with the chief librarian. They create a budget that is approved by the library's board, and they submit to us. There are some grants that are applied for that the library does have access to. I think it's around $50,000 they get. It's not a lot of money. But during my time here, the council has always been very supportive of the library, and so we've kind of worked with them to try to fit their ask within our annual budget process. Last year, we did not include a transfer to a reserve for the library. It would be a council's reserve, but it's for the library. We've reinstituted that transfer as part of the $6,875,000 this year. Again, as an ongoing effort to programs that the library is looking to undertake in the next few years regarding being able to reach more areas of the community and trying to expand their service.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. Oh, just a minute, just lost something there. On the budget, we dropped it to 9.6%. That's 135,000. What would that be? I know, like now you're saying it's $14.01 per 100,000. What would that have been if we left that in?
So I don't, through your worship, I don't have the exact number with me, but it would be north of $15 for sure.
Okay,
So,
just
yeah.
wanted to know.
Wouldn't be significantly more than $15, but I'm pretty sure it'd be over $15.
Okay,
So.
just wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Before we move on to the departmental are next, right? Departmental, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break. And I'm going to be taking them frequently. They don't have to be long, but I have to stand up and move around a little bit. I have a pain. Thank you very much. All right, if I could get everybody's attention, we're just going to keep this moving. The next thing we're going to do is walk through departmental budgets. The first one is on financial services and IT, and you no doubt know the speaker, Director Donaldson. Welcome back.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Financial Services Department is responsible for the management of the municipality's financial resources and ensuring transparency, accountability in delivering financial information. Its mandate includes planning, coordinating, and monitoring all the financial activities, supporting the strategic objectives of council, safeguarding public assets. In addition to core financial functions such as budgeting, accounting, department also manages the information technology services, ensuring municipal systems, networks, and digital infrastructure are secure, reliable, and aligned with operational need, and ensures that includes supporting digital transformation, cybersecurity standards, and enabling technology-driven efficiency across the operation. In addition, financial services also oversees risk management, which involves identifying, assessing, and mitigating financial risks and protecting the municipality's assets and ensuring continuity of service. That's including insurance, compliance, and implementing policies that limit exposure. So in 2025, the accounting department continued to bring modernization to the financial reporting capabilities within the current software systems and works with departmental managers to review reports and understand the financial results and variances. And staff makes quarterly presentations to committee on the results and continues to look for ways to improve on the transparency and understandability of the information that we are providing. For the tax area, this year in 2025, we issued 13,787 final tax bills. We also issued 2,160 arrears notices and 340 tax certificates. So customer service is a high priority with the goal of helping property owners understand their tax bills and answer any questions they have. In 2022, we co-applied for a provincial grant with the intent of moving toward e-delivery of tax bills. And this project is ongoing, and staff hope to bring a report forward shortly on how things have progressed with that project. A number of policies were updated in 2025. The investment policy was updated, which enabled funds to be invested in a laddered bond portfolio with CIBC Wood Gundy and an equity fund with one investment. And the accounts receivable policy was also updated, which introduced an expanded ability for the public to pay with credit cards with the imposition of a recovery fee. Senior leadership team also launched a lean training program, which will have a number of staff with white and yellow belt certifications by the end of 2025. And that will set the table for future lean projects aimed at finding efficiency savings within the organization. In IT, staff negotiated a new managed service contract at a lower cost than the previous agreement and have been replacing aged network hardware both at the township office and at remote sites, which is setting us up to be able to have real-time monitoring for outages at these locations. And also, we have been on our regular routine of updating our user hardware, laptops, monitors, phones in accordance with our level of service. IT also worked with HR to develop an online form for onboarding and worked with the clerk staff on the launch of the new records management application. And as part of the emergency plan, information technology staff also developed an incident response plan and a disaster recovery plan in the event of a cyber emergency. We continue to look at opportunities to leverage functionality with the MS Office suite of products and are moving towards updating systems to Windows 11 As you may or may not know, Microsoft ended free support of Windows 10 last month. The township also undertook the asset level of service study, which I mentioned, which involved a section on finances and running models on the costs of the long-term budget impacts of those levels of service. So for 2026, next slide. So for 2026, staff hope to launch the optional tax bill electronic delivery, and a future report will give us some information on that. We're also continuing to update our equipment. And the pictures here, we have network routers, switches, and access points. We're trying to enhance the experience and deal with a lot of the IT issues we've been having. Again, the equipment that we have will allow us to more quickly troubleshoot issues that we're having with respect to internet service and reduce downtime at our locations. There's also in the 2026 budget, looking at some equipment improvements for right here in the council chamber, including replacement of these aged microphones, and looking at a review of the conferencing systems aimed at trying to make things always run smoothly, reduce disruptions. And security is always a focal point, so we'll be looking at reviewing and restructuring the network design, ensuring that we have good security and access to information only as needed, which is a core part of our privacy requirements. And finally, beginning in 2026, finance staff will be looking to pull together expenditures and timing for the approved plans we've been looking at. We've already looked at the fire location study. We have some discussions forthcoming around the arenas, public works yards, other major expenditures. So trying to create a long-term financing plan that will balance the use of reserve fund forecasts and employ a debt strategy to ensure that we're able to carry forward with those plans when they're approved. And that is financial services.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone with questions on this segment? Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Just through you to Director Donaldson. When do we expect to have all of our tax bills to be able to be delivered electronically and to try and help augment that whole process? I've got to believe there's cost savings associated with sending them electronically, and I don't see it here, and wondering what we need to do to get that project on the we got to get into the 20th century at some point.
Director Donaldson.
So through your worship, so as I alluded, we began this venture in 2022, and I will be bringing forward a report and sharing with committee and council the entire story, which has been a challenge for sure. But the short answer to your question is my realistic hope is that in 2026 we will offer, it'll be an opt-in service, so it'll just be for people who wish to have that service available to them. We've talked a little bit about privacy and email addresses, so people will have to subscribe, provide their email addresses for that specific purpose. But I will be coming forward with a future report with much more detail on that initiative.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. In the report, I probably missed it, but is there any plans to upgrade our telephone system? Or is it needed?
So through your worship, so with the changes we've had in the network switches and moving to the fiber a few years ago, we have done a software upgrade. So we actually did it just last week. We were doing an upgrade on the system. So I think the short answer is we will not be replacing the system in the foreseeable future, but we are working on upgrades and trying to make it work to its optimal service level.
Supplemental, please.
Go ahead.
Just an observation of mine is that the call directory, when you call in and you type in the person's first or last names, a few times it goes to someone who's not here, or it just seems antiquated. So just offer that, not a budget thing, but
Thank you. I'll take that comment back and we'll see what we can determine what the root cause of that is. Thank you.
Anyone else? I see none. Thank you, Director Donaldson. I appreciate it. Next up, Human Resources, Health and Safety, Ms. Lehman.
Thank you. Good morning. So the Human Resources Department is made up of myself, the manager, a generalist, and a payroll specialist. We're responsible for recruitment, retention, labor relations, compensation and benefits, including payroll, and general legislative requirements, meeting employee legislative requirements. In 2025, our significant project was the non-union staff and council compensation review and implementation. In addition, we introduced or updated several policies, including public conduct, working alone, volunteer appreciation, education and training, personal use of vehicles, and paid time off. Under corporate training and development, we collectively trained 100 people in privacy and leadership development, and provided tuition reimbursement and other safety training, such as first aid and canine control. We participated in the WSIB Excellence Program, which we're hoping to find out about our rebate shortly. And we improved the new hire onboarding process, as Director Donaldson mentioned, with IT, and also refreshed the employee handbook. And our day-to-day, we completed 26 recruitments to the end of August. And so for 2026, the priority is to, number one significant project would be union negotiations, because the contract expires at the end of March. And our HR strategic plan, which we're going to complete in-house, and that will largely create a list of priorities for us to focus on with council and other stakeholder input. Through that, we'll also do an employee engagement survey. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Anyone with questions for Ms. Lehman? Councillor Rosenworth.
Yes. I'm just curious about our how often we lose employees. I know it's 26 recruitments. What's our what's the word you lose when?
Turnover.
Yeah.
Our turnover.
Yeah. What's the turnover?
So we've been trying to get better at tracking this. We don't have the best software, so that'll be something you'll see from us coming. But from what we've done so far, we see it having peaked last year around 25% and dropping now year to date to 11%. So significant change. I think it requires like a more fulsome analysis and collection of different data to be able to tell the story. But we did work on that and pull it together. We're literally going through paper files to pull some of this data. So I do have a little bit of a caveat on that, but I think we've seen through the recruitments being significantly down that the turnover is quite a bit down.
Councillor Rosenworth.
Just because it's a very strategic thing, and I just would like to explore it a little bit more. Is there anything you can attribute to that? Is it, and I guess I would divide that into two parts. Is there anything that we are doing that is making the township a more attractive place to attract people here? And how much of it is just a general market?
I know that's the fair question that comes, especially from a higher number. I think there's a big factor of it that has to do with the economy. So like a comfort level with moving around. Of course, we're always looking at what we can do better in terms of what we provide. And that's part of the reason we just updated the time off policy. And I think really doing an employee engagement survey will help give the data that it's not just one person who's biased telling you we're doing well. It will be, the employees telling us we're looking for this. This is going to make us stay, that sort of thing.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Very quickly, I think that survey, will really give you input on what they want. Is it money in that? Because I understand we try to stay at a certain level compared to our neighboring municipalities. So is it money or why, how can we help? So I look forward to that report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else with a question? No, I don't see any on the screen either. Thank you very much, Ms. Lehman. I appreciate that. And now I think we're going to be, Director Perosi is going to approach the mic and talk about legislative services. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Kelley. Good morning, Council. The Legislative Services Department had a number of achievements in 2025. A new policy was developed to guide the acquisition and sale of municipal lands, and more than $360,000 has been generated to date through the sale of road allowances and shore road allowances, providing a valuable non-tax income to support municipal priorities. A new digitization policy was adopted to support the transition from paper-based to digital records management, and the records management policy has been reviewed and updated to reflect current best practices. To date, the municipality has also processed over 28 Freedom of Information requests and has remediated over 160 digital documents, enhancing our commitment to openness and transparency, as well as meeting accessible standards. We also embarked on additional privacy and records management training, reinforcing our commitment to protecting personal information and maintaining proper information handling practices. With the completion of the communication strategy, we made a number of improvements in the area of communications, including a logo and social media policy to help guide staff, council, and the public. A website redesign and update, as well as new township Instagram account, were also notable accomplishments in 2025, both with the aim of providing a more accessible, user-friendly experience and increased access to key township information and services. Next slide, please. Looking to the year ahead, 2026 will be a very exciting year for legislative services. Focusing on implementing many of the policies that were updated and created in 2025, we aim to build on the progress already made across several key initiatives. In the area of records and privacy, the budget supports continued progress on the document digitization project and continued rollout of the electronic document records management system. New policies in the area of privacy protection that will be presented to Council in the coming year will also support MFIPA requirements, as well as guide staff in safeguarding personal information and ensuring accountability in handling sensitive data. In early 2026, Council will also see the Township's next multi-year accessibility plan, focusing on removing barriers in Township facilities, programs, and communications. This plan will focus on the next 5 years ahead. Staff are also working on establishing a list of potential surplus township-owned properties. Once finalized, staff will look to release an RFP for a realtor of record, and the process of disposing of surplus lands will begin in accordance with municipal policy and market conditions. Enhanced communication is also a continued goal for the Legislative Services Department. Along with optimizing internal resources to best support communication practices, the 2026 budget supports the addition of a seasonal communications ambassador subject to external funding only that will work to provide boots on the ground communication to residents and visitors, as well as provide assistance in implementing the many ongoing projects and communication campaigns. A township newsletter is also in development to improve resident engagement and share updates on township initiatives. The goal is to provide clear, accessible, and timely information in both print and digital formats. And what might be the most exciting and certainly highest priority for the year ahead is the upcoming 2026 municipal election. Governed by the Municipal Elections Act and administered 100% by internal staff, election preparation is already underway. Information sessions, nomination packages, software management, staff training, policy development, voters list management, candidate and public communication and education campaigns, help centers, results reporting, and compliance audit requirements are just some of the responsibilities that fall under the Clerk's Department in relation to the election, and we are ready to rise to the occasion. The Legislative Services Department is excited about the year ahead and committed to providing ongoing support to the public, council, and internal staff, as well as upholding our responsibilities to the electors and candidates in running a successful municipal election. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Perosi. That was terrific. Anybody have any questions? Councillor Bosenworth. Just make one up.
Yes, I'm delighted to see plans for a newsletter. And I was just wondering if there were any other communication priorities that are, not big enough to make it on this list. I know we have a new person working on that, and I think there's lots of opportunities. One other more subtle things that might be on your list.
Thank you for that question. There are a number of things. Our communications advisor has been working with each department to look at just kind of small ways to help improve communication, whether that's, road that might be coming up for construction or repaving or anything like that, and getting signage up, to getting some more letters out or information out in the communication that already goes out. So something we were looking at is the planning department or building department that already send out communications, including other information in there that might be pertinent. So bylaw information and things like that. So a lot of little things in the work, kind of behind the scene initiatives that we're working on with each department. So there are things on the go. Yes.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Sorry, there was another question. Freedom of information request. I find this an interesting topic because I've run into the point where I almost had to make one myself, but in the end I didn't. It's just interesting. Is there a flavor to them? Is it, people are doing it out of frustration or out of some, just standard bureaucratic need? Or any other category, but those are the two things, people say, I want to know this, well, you have to do this, so they do it. Any comment on that?
Thank you. Through you. I'll speak to kind of two pieces with that. One is when I spoke to some of the policy updates that are going to be coming forward. One of them that you'll see is a routine disclosure policy. That way we're being a little bit more consistent and very clear to staff what we will just hand over to residents, citizens, and all of that. A lot of it being their own information to do with their property. But there might be some other things that we can look at that traditionally have gone through the FOI process and could be considered through a routine disclosure. So there's that one piece. The other piece, I think, to your question is kind of what are they in regards to? And it really does vary. We have a lot of them that come in that could be in regards to a dispute. It could be in regards to just wanting general information. We have seen an uptake actually in some from legal counsel for other third parties that would normally get things through disclosure, but also wanting it in this way as well. So we're seeing a lot of duplication that way. So that's something that we're trying to bring to the province to address because that's something that to us seems like duplication on our end. But not really heavy, but we are seeing an uptake in that type of request.
Thank you. Councillor Bosenworth? Oh, no, sorry, okay. Anyone with any other questions or comments? No, thank you very much, Director Procy. That was great. Really good. Who's up next? Planning. I think it's Director Huff. Oh, actually, is it planning or act out? You're doing act out. Director Huff, welcome. Economic Development and Grants.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'll be doing this just a little bit differently and representing on each of the divisions within Development Services. And so the first one to start off is Economic Development and our Economic Development team of one. The Economic Development Officer has been quite busy in the year of 2025. He's busy with the things that keep him busy on an annual basis, as well as a number of priorities and opportunities that have come forward. So just as an example of those things that is completed by the Economic Development Officer every year, we have the CIP grants. Those come out usually twice a year. And so on every year, you're wrapping up the grants that were approved from the previous year, as well as those that are in process the current year. And just as an example of some of the spin-off from that, we have 7 ongoing CIP programs that James is managing, and that represents an amount of about $175,000 that municipality is committed to, but it leverages over $700,000 of a new investment in businesses within the township. And so that program has been and continues to be quite successful. as well as the community grant program. I think there was 13 community organizations that received funding, and the economic development officer was crucial in managing that process, as well as 18 special events this year. Some unexpected opportunities that came forward that he was involved in. One, position recruitment. He was very heavily involved in that process, as well as the expansion of the Great Lakes waterfront trail on Hannah Park, that signage there, as well as the Muskoka mural that is now hanging in the Port Carling Library. And then again, he's also taken on a fairly large project, consulting with the Bala community on proposed enhancements in that community. Starting this year, but continuing into 2026 in terms of what we're going to be working on, there's a significant update coming to the Muskoka Lakes Economic Development Strategy, as well as making a number of just policy improvements to the special events policy, as well as the community grant policy, I believe. And then supporting some new community, not new community organizations, but finding new ways of supporting community organizations, such as the Cranberry Festival and the Muskoka Chautauqua. So that's, again, something that you'll be seeing in 2026 as well. And I think that's, I'll leave that there. I think that's the 2025 and 2026 priorities.
Thank you for that. Councilor Nishikawa, you have a question?
Thank you. So I'm just trying to follow through about the community grants. And you mentioned Chautauqua, for instance, and so we don't have them listed out or anything like that. Is that in a different section than our regular $1,500 grants or whatever we hand out?
Thank you. Through you, that's through an investigation of a new memorandum of understanding with that particular organization, similar to the Cranberry Festival, and then detailing what the supports would be in that memorandum. And that would be something that would be coming forward to committee.
So I'm not quite, sorry if I may, I'm not quite sure then what kind of I'm picking up a little bit on what Guy had said about the grants, and I'm trying to understand all of the different grants and through these budget lines, and I'm not quite. So we're calling them programs. So they've had a significant increase, and I'm not quite sure. If I don't have all that information in front of me, I don't know what to pick on, I guess.
Dr. Huff?
Through the chair, maybe I can clarify. So the intent of describing the work that's going to be doing on developing an MOU is more about codifying and perhaps putting a value on the support that the municipality provides to that community. It's not necessarily, it can be like an in-kind support, not necessarily a value. I don't think a value has been assigned in the budget at this point in time. It's more the work. This is presenting the work that the Economic Development Officer is doing to create an MOU that defines support and would be subject to consideration by council.
If I may, my recollection is there are two that have come to council and been approved. I believe one was the snow trails. That was an MOU, if I'm not mistaken. Cranberry Fest, I think, was also done and approved. And the one that's still outstanding, which was on the supplementary agenda on the weekend, I believe, was Chautauqua. I don't really know whether it's come to council yet or not. Just don't remember. I don't think it has. You know, it's a supplementary agenda. It's on the agenda that came out on Friday. But to my recollection, unless I'm way off base, there are only 3 MOUs and one isn't done yet. Oh yeah. Or Director Donaldson will probably prove me wrong.
Sorry, through you, that's where my question was going. I used Chautauqua as an example.
Right.
But it's more of the whole overall picture, because we've now increased those grants substantially over the I would just say over the last 5 or 6 years. And again, knowing at some point we're gonna have to stop doing this sort of thing or looking at, but it's not the MOU, like that's not for everyone that comes and gets the $1,000 from us or whatever.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to get a handle on, of where's these, you know, because we're also putting more $150,000 into reserves and all of those things. And I just really want to understand of, are we actually using up and why are we doing that?
Director Johnson, can you help with,
So just to provide some clarity through your worship, so the community grants number and the operating grants number is all included on page 16 under grants and community programs. We offer a $50,000 grant for the Chamber of Commerce. That is still in the budget. That hasn't changed in the last couple of years. I think it increased significantly a few years ago. There's a $40,000 grant for the museum, which again increased a few years ago, but it's still the same. We also continue to offer included in that line, we put a transfer to reserves into the community improvement reserve. And then the budget assumes all of the private sector money will be issued in the year. So there's $100,000 of private sector community improvement grants. We have never issued all 100,000 in a year, but that is the program. The program is we put 150,000 into the reserve, 100,000 is for private sector, 50,000 is for public sector, which is for other programs that we would use. So, so that's also included in there. We still have our matched grant numbers for our community libraries in Walker's Point and Milford Bay. And we have included $10,000 based on an ask we received last week from the Snow Trails. They asked for 20, we included 10. There isn't an amount currently in for Chautauqua. That was an oversight. That was a $5,000 ask. But I'm sure that's something that we can work within the existing budget to accommodate that ask as well. I don't think I'm forgetting any of our other grants, but those are the major grants we offer currently. So on the operating one, Chamber, Museum, we've added Snow Trails again this year, subject to any comments from council and the community libraries.
Sorry, Chicago, do you have a follow-up?
So through you to you, after reading about our snow season, whatever, that in fact, Muskoka Lakes is mostly going to get cut off, is what I thought I understood. And after we gave them a good grant last year, where do we see the future in snowmobiling in Muskoka Lakes? And I just thought you might have a little more knowledge about that.
Well, I mean, the cutoff, I don't think we should be, we can talk about this now. I guess it's part of a budget debate. The request, I believe, was 20. The inclusion was 10, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe it was 20 last year, was it not? Yeah, 20 last year. So we've halved it. There are still ongoing maintenance. There's ongoing repair. They have groomers. They're still going to be grooming trails, just not through Port Carling. And obviously, a lot of the use of that equipment will be weather dependent. There has to be enough ice on the lakes to run over and enough snow on the trails to bother grooming. So, I mean, I think my humble opinion, it's a little premature to assume snowmobiling is dead. It's certainly on a hiatus as it relates to the trail that runs right through Port Carling. But there are other trails, and many of them, not all of them, many of them have the necessary signatures in place to go ahead and reopen the trail. And so we're trying to accommodate their needs to keep things at a reduced level operating. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. Just picking up on the comments by Councillor Nishikawa, two quick things. First of all, is contemplation, I understand that there have been some newer requests as of late for the operating grants in particular. Is there contemplation on ensuring that we have the right criteria in place as other requests might come forward? I think that's probably prudent. Is that included in the priorities?
Thank you. Yes, through your worship, it is actually something that the Economic Development Officer is going to be reviewing, is the policy that outlines the criteria that would that committee or council would like to have in place in order to move something forward for that.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick second question.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not sure if this is the right time or process, so perhaps this is could be helpful. I'm looking either to yourself or to the clerk. Just given the $5,000 request from Chautauqua wasn't included, I think there's just been a bit of a change in this process, and I want to know, do we need to put forward a motion now to amend the budget, or how do we do that to ensure that that $5,000 is included in this budget for the request? So
Director Perosi, do you have,
some,
or Director Donaldson?
sorry.
So I don't think
Unclear.
I don't think we contemplated the timing in terms of when those amendments, but this meeting is certainly an appropriate time at some point where we can craft wording if we, of all the changes, of all the amendments that we wish to make to the budget. So I think we can entertain that. Yeah, we can do that.
I just quickly then, do we have to have a motion to include $5,000 and have that seconded?
We would need to have a motion seconded and specifically directing an amendment to the budget, the proposed budget, to accommodate whatever it is that you wish to accommodate. But I think I heard Councillor Burry use the word parking lot. I would love to put this one on a list. And when we get to the end of all of these, we can sit down, give Director Perosi some time to pull together some resolutions and pass them at the end of all of whatever discussion follows.
Thank you. So if I could include the $5,000 on that parking list.
Thank you. We need a resolution to do that. No. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. This will be very quick to Director Donaldson. And it's for my own clarification, we talk about grants liberally, but I understand there's, I think in my head, I got three buckets: community improvement plans, grants, the community grants, and something we're referring to as MOUs now. It should be a better title for. Is that correct? Is it operating grants? And that's it, right? Those are the three buckets. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Yeah, through you. And I imagine it's under economic development, not so much community grants, but the BALA $192,000 project, if you will. And I'm sure you've covered this off, but this is even the category, but where do we find that?
Thank you, through you. So that is something that the Economic Development Officer is working at now. So you'll recall that he did present survey results maybe 2 months ago to Planning Committee. He's now working at distilling some of that information and coming back in the very near future with recommendations on projects for consideration by committee.
Thank you, through you. Would that then be like the the Windermere floating docks, where it's a 2025 budget item and it's allocated in the 2025 for $192,000?
Director Donaldson sounds like one for you.
So the 192,000 is in a reserve, and it's not in any of the budget documents at this time. When a project comes forward, we'll just draw it from the reserve that it's sitting in the CIP reserve, but I've got it kind of bifurcated in there, so we know where it is and we can just pull it from there.
Thank you for that. Anyone else with, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I guess I'm just a little confused about what within this grouping here of, community grants and other. There's the issue that I'm struggling with is when I read the letter from the ratepayers and I think about the things that are being added, it's things like additional dollars we're investing in staff for pickleball, and it's an additional $20,000 for the snow trails people, and it's more additional funding for the Cranberry Festival. I view them all in the same bucket where people just, and Chautauqua is a new one. They're all different, I understand, but we've made the decision. It's like a creeping takeover. They come in with 20 last year, and now they want another 20 this year. And the pickleball guys got what they wanted a couple of years ago, and now they're going to get more money for more staff. And I guess I just don't know that we have a process in place to decide when we just say that's all that the level of service can support. Like, we're not going to do more for pickleball because you want your tax dollars to stay down. All of these things are incremental dollars that we're adding. And I don't see a process where we've made a decision to compare and contrast all these different priorities and decide we're going to put more into the Cranberry Festival and not into pickleball, or more into snow trails and not into, other projects. So I'm a little bit stumped about how to approach that. And it appears as if the decisions have been made to make these investments, such as pickleball and snow trails. And I don't know if the discussion was had on that. That's all.
Thank you for that. I don't have an answer. Does anyone
Well,
have a response? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sure I support more staff for pickleball. Why don't we raise their user fees? I'm not sure I support snow trails. I think it's great, but they were functioning without our money a couple of years ago. We gave them a big boost. Why have we decided that's a bigger priority than investing more in our trails? And I mean, it just seems to, as people come back one year, then they come back the next year, and we say yes every year. And I'm not criticizing any of these investments because I think they're all good, but we're not a candy shop, and we don't have a lot of money right now, and we should be trying to keep everything to as flat as possible from year to year, apart from investing, in my opinion, in our capital infrastructure, which is the critical priority. So I don't know how we've made these decisions to add these things, and maybe that's a Director Donaldson question.
That's where I was going to steer it. Thank you.
So through your worship, so we've put this budget forward based on past direction, past indications, decisions of council and committee. Absolutely, what's before you is subject to any amendment that any councillor wants to put forward. And if there is direction from council to make those amendments to the budget, we will absolutely build them in, and they will become part of the final budget this year.
EAO Pink.
Thank you. Through you, I just wish to also clarify. I think the grants you're referring to are the operating grants that were previously discussed. And there is a community grant policy that outlines the parameters or criteria that groups would have to meet in order to be eligible or approved. But as Director Hub noted, that is on the list of the Economic Development Officer to address the concern I think you raised, Councillor Kent, in that there's clear criteria to be successful and get approval for the grant. But it may be lacking somewhat in prioritizing or choosing which, or perhaps putting a cap on. So that's what staff will be looking at in 2026 to bring that policy back. Just also clarifying, I don't believe it's the pickleball group that's necessarily come forward for additional requests. I think that was a staff suggestion that there's 2 seasonal positions with a small gap in the middle. But that was considered not included in the budget. So just to clarify, that's actually not in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. And through you to whoever wants to try, I guess. I would like to address pickleball. I heard it a few different times in different areas. And it was actually a pickleball user that called me on the weekend. I can't believe I'm only paying $4 to play pickleball. And is out lots during, so other people, I would just say, like other organizations, hockey, that type of thing, like we always supplemented them with a grant. I don't know what that level is now. But I'm finding the pickleball thing a little bit much. And I think that the fee should be adjusted accordingly. I really feel that any other private organization that if I want to curl, I got to pay. I've even worked it out. It's a $20 a night out kind of thing, right? And so I just really want the opportunity to look at that pickleball thing a little bit more.
So thank you for that. So just so that we can put something on the list, you're specifically talking about pickleball, but none of the others. Is that correct? And you're talking about fees, not cutting down time and utilization, or do you just want to throw pickleball up in the air as a jump ball?
Yes.
Okay. Now, okay, that's fine.
Continue.
It's going to be very difficult, obviously. We're going to try to craft a resolution
So
that addresses specific issues.
See the fees that we already decided what the fees are, using the arenas. I would like to see those doubled.
But do you know what they are now? They're $4, you think?
Yep.
A day, a
Or
month.
I would like to see it 8 then, or something, like, I just think it's all too low.
Okay. Okay, we haven't heard, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, were you gonna, we're jumping ahead on pickleball, right? Because we're talking about pickleball in about 5 minutes. We can throw pickleball down on the list and figure out later what to do with it. Park it. Thank you. Anyone else got it? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I really like the councillor's suggestion about how we figure out all these grants. We do not offer anything officially except swimming. As a recreational type of thing. And we're and the grants sort of overlap in this. The township only offers swimming as a.
We're going to be having a recreational pitch in a few minutes. I'm going to just suggest
Okay, I'll leave
that
it.
the right person to answer these questions is about to leave, but is Mr. Moore.
Okay, just my point.
Get back
being
in here.
I support the idea of looking at how we.
That's fair. I think that's fair.
Support that idea.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else specific to what we've just heard on the operating grants and so forth? I see none. Carry on, please.
Thank you. Okay, so the next division that we're talking about is the planning division for the township. I would just note that 2025, we did complete 2 major plans, the climate mitigation plan, as well as the climate adaptation implementation plan. So I know I came in at the tail end of that process, but it had been a couple of years of ongoing reports. So it was nice to see that finally come to completion. And then as well, we have the continuation of the appeals of the OP, as well as the initiation of the update to the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw project is significant. It is one of those projects that is going to continue on into 2026, but we are making some headway, and you will be seeing the next report on that project at Planning Committee in November. In addition to that, planning is focusing on increasing its communication on the website through the engage page. So we have had in the past zoning notices on GeoHub, but in addition to that, now we have a dedicated page on Engage page for particularly zoning and official plan type applications. So you're going to see not only public meeting notices, but actually the entire application itself. So all the supporting material would be available much earlier in the process than otherwise, and then would be linked to the GeoMap, so you can see it on a mapping basis, one step at a time. But we're certainly working on trying to make some significant headway on communicating. In addition, we have a fairly significant project, the Manette redevelopment project. So that is now actually on the Engage page. There is a public meeting scheduled for that in November that has taken up significant staff time in 2025 for that project to get it to that point as well. And then continuing to participate in the Muskoka Housing Task Force, as well as adapting to various legislative changes that come over time through changes to the Planning Act and Development Charges Act and things like that. I've also on this slide put in just a yearly total of where we are in the variety of different applications that we deal with. So unlike other municipalities, I think our planning application that we're seeing remains strong this year compared to previous years. And you'll hear this in a few other places that a number of other municipalities have lowered building permit and planning applications, where we continue to be very strong and getting really strong uptake in pre-consultations. We continue to really emphasize the importance of having pre-consultations with staff. So we continue to be making headway that way. And then in terms of 2026 priorities, Again, a few big projects that we're going to continue to be doing, the zoning bylaw update, and hopefully continuing on with the appeals process for the official plan. If we see some completion to the appeals, that will allow us to start our next big projects, which will be the development of a site plan control bylaw update, as well as guidelines. Those are contingent on the appeals being dealt with, but something that we're keen to do in the very short, as soon as possible. In addition to that, we anticipate that the Minette redevelopment process, again, will take on quite a bit of staff time in next year, as well as continuing to focus on communicating activities in the planning department to the public. And so with that, I will leave it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Through you, a question to Director Huff. Having spent a fair bit of time with some earlier stage advanced technologies, planning is ripe for being able to use decision support and other tools around the collection of data. And I know our planners spend a considerable amount of time making sure that all of the various pieces of data are correct before being able to get presented to council. And it appears to me that there is a significant augmentation for the planners to be able to use some of these tools. And I don't see in our 2026 priorities exploring, trying to grapple with how we might use it. So I know that Huntsville's planners are experimenting with, I'll call it artificial intelligence, but it really is decision support. It's helping people make better decisions more quickly. And I'm not seeing it as a priority. I know we've talked about it, but I'm gonna raise it as I think it's a priority we need to explore in order to turn around our planning applications more quickly to our residents. You know, we pride ourselves on good customer service, if we call it that. Planning is an area where we know we ask for studies, we ask for things many times, sometimes more than once. And I'm just wondering how do we as a council show staff we'd like you to embrace looking at technology and how we can augment our staff's ability to do their job more quickly with the use of technology.
Might I suggest maybe Director Huff, what are you doing in the area of technology? And is it something you're looking at to supplement what's already happening in your planning department?
Thank you. It's a good question. It's still early for us planners, but it is, I will say, the top of the conversation at our conferences. And so there was a number of different sessions that a number of us attended to try to become familiar with new tools, as well as some of the policy type parameters that need to be in place in order to use the tools effectively. We have taken a number of meetings with some different providers, tool providers, to assess their utility and assess and think about what our needs are as well, to make sure that it's a good fit. So we are investigating. I'll say, like, we're not ready quite to commit, but we are certainly aware of the opportunities there are to find efficiencies and are very receptive to those. We just still in the process of identifying the best tool, I'll say.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and I'm sure it fits within some place here, but on page 8, we state about the climate action plan. It states that the township remains committed to its climate priorities and the implementation of climate change adaptation plan and mitigation plan, and efforts will continue to advance to these actions. We say in under your budget that we're going to defer, or we're not going to be supporting the position that we had decided on 2020 for 2026. What was the rationale behind that? Why are we not doing that?
Director F, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. So I think part of it was simply, a balancing of budget pressures and realizing that there are also other ways that we can work towards achieving some of those goals than just simply hiring a person at this point in time. So there are some measures that we can work on and include in the zoning bylaw update, the site plan control guidelines, et cetera, to help assist in achieving some of those goals, and then realizing that 2026 we'll circle back and find out if there's an opportunity for that position.
Go ahead, sure.
Yeah, thank you. That I really encouraged with the statement you made, other ways. When we declared a climate emergency, this council, we decided to go down the path of getting involved with all the other municipalities, but we know there was low-hanging fruit. So this is what you're talking. There's other ways that we can do it. I'm encouraged with that. I just asked that for you, Chair, that we do put back on the agenda or back on the parking lot on the climate action, because it was something that was really key and critical to us and many of our constituents. So I just want to make sure we have a wholesome discussion before removing the 50,000. Thank you.
Fair enough. I think from my perspective, one of the reasons why I was in favor of removing that position right now was because I think at this point in time, if there was something that could be done on our behalf through the district, this is it. And the district is already invested heavily in resources, human and otherwise, on the climate action. And my goal is to say, if we're not going to hire and do it directly here and have that multiplied times, I guess it was really only a person, but multiplied times, 6 around the table or 5 with all the different lower tiers, we're going to go back and I'm going to find out why that cannot become more of a global issue for district to handle through the resources it's invested in. It needs to get done, clearly. Ultimately, we can take it a year at a time. We may need our own resource in-house or a half-time resource in-house. But right now, as it gets started up, I would like to see that be part of the value we extract back from the district for the money that we're paying in. Councillor Bosemore.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions and then a comment. On the achievements, the volumes I find are interesting. Can you tell me what MRS stands for in SBAs?
Sure, through you. So MRS, municipal record searches. So that's usually there's a proposed purchase of property and a lawyer would like to receive the zoning information or property history. And then SPAs is site plan approval.
Oh, site plan agreement. Okay. Thank you for that. In terms of year over year, I'd be really interested to see the sort of at least last year's number. You said they were holding steady, but I'm interested in more of the details, how many pre-consults, because I think those are probably up because we've been encouraging those. In fact, I think we had a bylaw trying to mandate them. But it's, as chair of the planning committee, and it's something that I find is useful when talking to constituents, say, look, here's what's going on. So a trend number enhances my conversations with constituencies. And then finally, just a general comment, I am delighted that we have site plan control bylaw update, because that was essentially a point coming out of the OP. And I have been vehemently pressing to make sure that we don't forget that. And the communication strategy for planning notices, we are so many times getting neighbors coming in saying, well, I just heard about this thing on Friday, and that whole process is, I don't know how to make it better. I don't know how many people go to our engage page. That's another sort of little note to clerk I'd have. How successful do we think our engagement page is? How many clicks do we get? We've got 16,000 voters in the township, just some comparable numbers. None of the people that I know go to the engage page, but, and how can we get those numbers up? So just generate some comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? No? Are you still on for another one here?
Mhm.
You are. Carry on then. Thank you. Want to chair?
Okay, so next up is the building division. And so just in terms of, again, unlike most area municipalities, building permits continue to be strong in 2025 with the number of permits, permit values, and construction values. So we are on par with, generally speaking, the previous years. And I'll just note many municipalities in the area, their numbers have really significantly decreased. So we might be a little bit low, but nothing in comparison to other municipalities. In 2025, by the end of this year, you'll see an update to the building bylaw. Again, that's something that's scheduled for November Planning Committee meeting. A number of, I will say, technical amendments coming forward, not anything significant, but it's always good to ensure that our building bylaw is most up to date. We'll continue to focus on the sanitary sewage maintenance inspection program. That is going very well. We continue to have success, and you'll see a year-end report in either December or January on this year's activities. And then just the continued use of cloud permit. This division is also assisting licensing with processing of short-term rental applications, and will eventually be enforcing them. But just coming up with the appropriate workflows between departments for processing the short-term rental applications has been important, and building department has been very helpful in that end. And so then in terms of 2026 priorities, again, we'll continue to focus on the sanitary sewage maintenance inspection program, processing and using cloud permit to process building applications. Looking to find also some workflow efficiencies in this department as well through the use of lean, or again, utilizing, there's a few efficiencies that we might be able to obtain through the use of cloud permit that we're looking into. Also, we have a fairly young inspector complement, and so we're going to continue to work on developing the skills and qualifications for those inspectors. And then as well, this department is working with the clerk's department to update the ORA and the OSRA policy, and that's something that you'll see in 2026 as well. And with that, I'll be open for questions.
Thank you for that. Any questions on this one particular topic? Councillor Bosenworth.
Thank you. And again, commentary. Lean application principles, I think, are exciting opportunities for us to help to improve our productivity and do more with the same number of people that we have. And that is great. And I know it's a difficult concept, but when you're doing that, it's always so important to somehow have some way of measuring how much that improves. So I think that's pretty obvious, but as a counselor, when we start to spend more effort on that, it would be lovely to see reports at the end and say, look, we measured how we were doing 2 years later or 3 years later. Here's how those key performer indicators have improved. And then, then you got something to celebrate, an obvious achievement. And we're pretty good at making obvious achievements, but this one will be a little more nuanced.
Anybody else? Councillor Nishikawa. Wait, okay. Thank you very much. I think Director Huff has bylaw enforcement next. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speak to the bylaw department to begin with, and then afterwards I'll speak specifically to the licensing as it applies to short-term rentals. And so in terms of the bylaw division, again, it's been a busy year. Committee might recall that we did bring forward a bylaw creating an appeals committee earlier this year. That also required a number of updates to other bylaws to introduce the appeals committee process into those bylaws. So staff worked closely with the clerk's office to do that. We did actually onboard 2 new staff. So that's the full-time bylaw inspector as well as the administrator earlier this year. It seems like a lot longer, but that was just a few months ago. We have initiated the noise bylaw. So you'll see on the website, there's a survey currently on the engage page to initiate that fairly significant update. And just a note from inspector's perspective, occurrences, I've listed, again, this is just the number of occurrences, incidences between January till October. And these are high, higher than last year. And so we're seeing just a very busy year. And a lot of these, I'll just say, are complicated. They're not a one-off incident, so they require a lot of follow-up and a time between the different follow-ups and whatever, if that's a prosecution or if that's an AMPS. It just carries on through a number of months. And so the inspectors are still carrying forward with a number of infractions that happened in the summertime. And you'll see I've listed the occurrences from the most common type. So I'll just note that several of our very common ones are tree conservation, site alteration, property standards, dog control, and zoning. Then we actually have quite a lot of zoning infractions here as well. And then parking, noise, and public lands. So unlike some municipalities, I find it's interesting that it's many of your various bylaws are equally, you have as much activity in each of those as others. In many municipalities, there's a focus on one or two. And so it just speaks to how busy the officers are with a variety of different bylaws across the board. In terms of 2026, again, the officers will spend quite a lot of time updating the noise control bylaw. We anticipate that's going to take until the summer of 2026. And then there will be an initiation of the public docks and landing bylaw. As well, the officers are spending quite a lot of time on educating and communications for bylaw enforcement and thinking of new ways of doing that in 2026. So that will be the focus of that department for next year. Again, open to any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Councillor Bosenworth.
I'm on a bit of a roll here. Two points or questions. I believe we are spending a little more time doing proactive bylaw activities. And I was just wondering if you had had some comments or numbers about that. Seeing these numbers and understanding the complexity of these, of your violations that you're working on, I understand there's a lot of resort constraint, but you know, proactive is a very, I believe, is a very effective way of raising people's awareness of what's going on and be less inclined to have, you know, display our bylaws because there's a chance of being caught. So that's sort of one thing of commentary. You know, are we increasing it? And the second one is my understanding is that we are now out on the water, and it's not an explicit priority for 2026, but I think I just cheer that with a huge cheer. I think it's, in a personal opinion, again, very effective way of making our citizenry aware that we have one, and we have bylaw officers. They are on the lake. The visibility is tremendous. Our constituents have been calling for it from, you know, when I ran, I think every one of us had enforced bylaw enforcements on their priority. And I know the previous term was very progressive in increasing that numbers. And so, you know, a question and some commentary as well.
So that was a question, or I missed the question part.
Yeah,
Oh,
question is-
Director Huff got it, I'm sure. So we'll look for her for an answer. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. So I think I can say yes, we have had a concerted effort to be more proactive and be on the water, and we anticipate doing that next year. It's been great that our full-time inspector is able to get out there as much as what he has been. He's also been able to, you know, pair that with activities with either the building department or the planning department to coordinate and make efficient the site visits for all of those things as well.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And again, it's, I guess, through you, I'm not sure how to read this. if something's already included in here and I'm not sure. My concern is more about that short-term rental. And it just rings through my ears, the number of times I've heard this, that it should be paying for itself. And I don't see that. And where do we see that? So it's more also about, like, I'm not even quite sure what the honorarium is about.
So let's go to Director Donaldson, please, on the economics of short-term rental.
Thank you, through you, your worship. So on page 41 is the bylaw enforcement subdivision or activity. And you'll see that the budget calls for a requirement draw from the levy of $10,100. So that includes short-term rental. That's rolled into the bylaw enforcement number. The total revenue to be generated by licenses in 2026 is $341,500. That is shown in the licenses row there, which is a total of 363. So a 341,500 of that 363 is from the license revenue, and the program is more than break even, and it is contributing to offset other bylaw enforcement costs in that area, and that's why it's only drawing $10,000 from the levy this year, and then in the outlook 27 and 28, it's actually a contributor to the bottom line of the township.
Thank you for that. You got a follow-up?
Well, sorry, I'm just not sure that we're going to get there this year. And so because I'm hearing other obstacles.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, did you have a question? No? I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I want to go back to the achievements, bylaw achievements, the numbers of complaints. And I think I heard you say, Director Huff, that some of these, many of these, were repeat offenders. People who we got called twice or three times. I don't know how many times, doesn't matter. Is that right? Do we know how many of these we had to go back more than once and find yet another situation that needed to be dealt with? Or are these kind of all one and done?
I don't unfortunately have a breakout in those numbers between the one and dones and the multiple offenses. I can certainly look into that for you.
And the reason for my question, and to tie it back to the budget, anywhere where we have to go, and particularly some of these, more egregious, I guess they're all egregious, but these more egregious offenses, tree conservation, site alteration, property standards, dog control, burning is huge. If we have to go back a second time for the same or a similar offense, then the consequences of the first visit aren't high enough. We're not hitting them with enough fines. We're not charging back for the administrative cost of going and shutting them down. And so I think I would look at this. I hate looking at bylaw enforcement as a revenue generator. The simple fact is, if the consequences of a visit aren't sufficient to change this kind of behavior, we got to up the consequences. And the only other one's fairly easy. On the next page, 2025 achievements, I see we had one license issued to a hawker and peddler, and I'm curious to know if they were a hawker or a peddler. Not that curious. Councillor Bosenworth.
Yeah, one more question, and it's off the point you raised. I would be curious in your thoughts about how effective the AMPS is. So it's really springing off of your point. The AMPS gives us a very powerful tool to deal with exactly what the mayor is talking about. Can you give us some, understanding on how you're feeling as that has helped your bylaw officers?
Sure. Thank you. So I guess there's a few benefits to AMP. So the process itself is so much more efficient than actually going to court, and you're seeing the end of a process, within the year rather than it extending over 2 or 3 years if you go to court. So then you receive the fines also back that much faster than if you go through the court process. And certainly there's an opportunity for those that are charged under AMPS to defend themselves and make their case, but we also are able to adjust the fines based on our schedule according to the severity of the issue. And so we are successful. I think it is a very good tool to provide an understanding that the township takes its bylaws very seriously, and it follows through with the consequences under its bylaw if people don't pay attention and aren't in accordance with the bylaws. So from what I've seen so far, I think it's a very good tool to achieve compliance ultimately.
I mean, just so, do you think it's helping reduce repeat offenders because they know the consequences, you know, double or triple for the second offense?
Thank you. It's a good question. I think it is. And I think word of mouth on the consequences also helps let the community know that we do take the bylaw seriously.
Councillor Kent, you're up.
Thank you. One of the things that's been bothering me, and I want to make sure this isn't going to be discussed later on before I ask my question. Are we going to get a more fulsome discussion of STRs, or is that it for today before I?
We haven't had any. It's up next.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up next, actually.
Okay, because one of my requests is I'm sort of hoping we're going to get a new, and it's not here, maybe it's at the December meeting or something. I'd like a full new business financial profile of what we're expecting now from STR over a multiple year period. We did get a little teeny little financial model at one point, and because the whole business profile of it does change, and it looks like a very different process we're on to. And I guess I hope you'll explain when you talk about why again, and maybe I'm just forgetting why there was such a big decline in the number of STRs in our township from what we thought to where we're at now. So I guess that's in priority of your, earlier than your discussions, those are some thoughts I'd certainly like to, but I'd like to put STRs on the list for I'd like to see the financial model updated.
Councillor Kent, I may be wrong, but I believe it was, there's some sort of a more recent version that Director Donaldson walked us through 15 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. That's from the budget document itself, but why don't we wait and see what comes out on that topic?
Yeah, okay. I didn't hear what I needed to hear back then.
Okay, so thank you. Perfect timing. The next items to be discussed is to do with our licensing department and to go through. So licensing includes not just short-term rentals, but we do also license a variety of other types of things, from festivals to dog tags and stuff like that. So we have one licensing officer primarily dealing with short-term rentals, but she also deals with a number of other license types. I've provided the statistics on the different licenses that she processes on an annual basis, in addition to the STRs. So with respect to STRs, you'll recall this year was a big year. We ended up bringing forward an amending short-term rental bylaw. We amended the Granicus contract. We entered a new contract with Cloud Permit for the development of an STR application module. We did a number of STRA education methods. That's posting online, on the Engage page, through mailouts, webinars, etc., posters even. And we also have developed an integration of the STRA mapping into GeoHub that was going to be released later this year. With respect to the councillor's questions about just in terms of where we are for numbers, so you'll recall that I think the original estimation that council received from Granicus was that there was 1,200 STRAs in the township. Once the municipality entered the contract with Granicus, it was realized that that 1,200 actually included many duplicate listings. And so once they scraped through that information, they came back and the number of listings was closer to 700 and 800. And so then once we have had that number, and it's a more finalized number, getting into the details of that number, we realize that there's some that are not actually STRAs. So for instance, some units that operate as a result as a resort are listing themselves as a short-term rental. And so we had to remove those. So we keep scoping that number down. We think the right number for the STRAs that we're operating, say as of July of this year, is closer to 600 to 700. And from those, we are not sure if all of those want to continue to operate as short-term rentals, or they might change their focus to long-term rentals. And so that's why, you know, we're being, I think, modest in our expectations, and developing a budget according to that model, where perhaps we're going to have more like 500 to 600 STRAs compared to what was originally anticipated at 1,200. I will also mention that the contract that we entered with Cloud Permit is for a licensing module, and their first task was to get the STRA application up and running, but that contract also will allow them to create an application portal for all of the rest of the licenses that we do. We don't have to pay any more for that. It's just in process and will be developed in the next couple months as we get through the big lump of processing all of these STRA applications. So in terms of the number of applications that we have received so far, you'll recall that council allowed for a discount of applicants who submitted their application before the end of September to receive a 20% discount. That allowed us to receive over 100 applications between end of July to September, which was great. We have 111 applications in now, and they're all in various stages of processing. Some of the licenses have been issued, and we're continuing to do that. We've established and developed a workflow between the departments to make that processing efficient. And so we think that things are going pretty smoothly, knock on wood, so far in that process. So for this, for licensing for 2026, if we can move to that slide, again, you're going to see the rollout of the Cloud Permit licensing application portal for the other licenses that we issue. We're going to continue to focus on education materials to the general public about short-term rentals, and as well as we have to actually create a renewal process in Cloud Permit for short-term rentals. So I know the licensing officer is already working to develop that. So those are the three core takeaways that the licensing officer will be focused on in 2026. And again, I hope I answered some of the questions, but available for any more. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank your team for all that they've done this year too, because you had a lot of headwinds, but it sounds like you're making great progress. So thank you for that. Director Donaldson.
Thank you for indulging me, Your Worship. So just to add a little context on the revenue number. So to Director Huff's comment, if we assume, and we're just, assuming if we had 650 operators, we've assumed that only 60% of them will actually license for 2026. So the $341,500 in license fee revenue comes from an assumption that we would have 300 waterfront operators at $1,000 a license and 90 non-waterfront operators at $500 a license. So that's the assumption we've made to arrive at that number. And the report, I believe that Councillor Kent, you had referred to, was way back in late 2024. At the time, the Chief Bylaw Enforcement Officer brought forward an estimate and said the annual costs at that time, his estimate was $256,800 per year to operate the program. So still, even at the numbers that we've estimated currently, the program is more than break even.
Thank you. Anybody with other questions? I don't see any. Director Huff, thank you very much. Great contribution. Next up, I think we have Chief Morrell. You're doing emergency services, please. Still got time for your stage call.
Good morning. It is still morning. Good morning through you.
All right, so this is the Emergency Services Division. The Emergency Service Division is both the Muskoka Lakes Fire Department and the Municipal Emergency Management Program. The full-time team consists of 5 full-time staff, a fire chief standing before you, 2 deputies, 1 fire prevention officer, a third of that salary is emergency management, and 1 full-time admin assistant. Our volunteer team consists of 119 firefighters, 2 division chiefs, 6 district chiefs, 22 captains, and 80 firefighters. We serve from 10 fire station locations and 1 boathouse, operating 18-wheeled fire pumping apparatus, 4 Class 5 fireboats, 4 ATVs, 7 rescues, 1 command truck, and a partridge in a pear tree. We are a nimble volunteer rural fire department that has proudly served this region for over 113 years. Port Carling was actually formed in 1912. Bala was formed in 1931. The fire department operating program contained in this operating budget is within the entirety of the establish and regulating bylaw for council's perusal. That's bylaw 2016-125 as amended, and the emergency management program can be found in bylaw 2017-130 as amended. Our 2025 achievements on the slide here are operational excellence of Superior Tanker Shuttle accreditation was achieved this year, which ensures recognized water supply capability in non-hydrated areas. We have received the letter. I will be writing a report and bringing it forward to committee soon. This improves the fire protection ratings for our residents. Our municipal emergency management program achieved full compliance. This is the 6th year since I've been here. Every year we've achieved full compliance as verified by the province. Our firefighter certification program reached 100% completion towards the 2026 deadline for the first phase. We hired 17 new recruit firefighters. They were trained also to the NFPA 1001 levels 1 and 2, and as well as the hazmat operations standard. We delivered 18 public education sessions. We enhanced fire safety awareness, 2 large events. That would be both of our Family Safety Day and as well Cranberry Festival. We've offered 15 in-house NFPA certified courses to support our ongoing firefighter training and professional development. We responded to 699 incidents year to date, October to October. That's a 26% increase year over year, including 7 structure fires, which is actually a decrease in structure fires, knock on wood, by 3. We completed 630 smoke alarm checks this year to promote fire safety, fire compliance, and we gave away 130 smoke alarms to residents, both up 15%. We sold 816 burn permits, and that's almost double last year. That's due probably in large part to the ice storm. We also sold 8 display firework permits. We have 62 fire safety inspections, which is down 115 from last year. Just give me a sec here. I'm just going to try and figure out how to advance my slide. Can you advance the slide? Okay. Our 2025 achievements. Also, we secured $82,000 for a fire safety grant for year 2 from the Office of the Fire Marshal from the Solicitor General that funded our 2 sets of bunker gear initiative. We purchased a new fire pumper for Minette, a new drone, new car 1, and a new breathing air compressor for the Port Carling station, which is being installed this week. We successfully navigated 2 community emergencies. In both those emergencies, we did not declare an emergency. That would be the 2024 winter snowfall event and the 2025 ice storm. We also achieved 0 lost time injuries, reflecting a strong commitment to our health and safety. Next slide. We also hired some people. We appointed, thanks to council's commitment to safety, a new deputy fire chief. That would be Chief Megan Sutherland. She is our Chief of Compliance and Training. I want to thank council for this investment. We also welcomed a new fire prevention officer, Captain Paul Ledant, following Captain Holland's appointment as the new fire chief in Perry Township. So we're very proud to say that he moved on to better things. We hired a new administrative assistant, Janelle Ottolino, following the advancement of Melissa Bowen. She actually got promoted in her 2nd job to a manager at Perry Sound Ambulance Communications. Next slide, please. Looking ahead to 2026. So in 2026, in operational increases, council or committee will note, we have a transitioning to fire dispatch fee going over to Barrie Fire and Emergency Services for enhanced communications and reliability. Committee authorized staff to tender such service, and council provided the council approved the service, and it was chosen by council for the critical enhancements that will safeguard our community with reliable dispatching into the future. We are also continuing our firefighter certification training through the 2026 calendar year. MLFD has a proud history of implementing comprehensive training for our folks. We got ourselves OFM approved certification program fully compliant with the NFPA standards. This program ensures the firefighter competency and compliance with the regulation deadlines and adherence to the township's approved service level in the ENR bylaw. We also are looking at upgrading our water rescue capabilities with the Fortuna project. During this year's surface water rescue course, it was discovered that many of our water rescue tools were in need of a refresh and alignment with the provincial training tools. These pieces of kit are generally replaced in 5-year intervals. Many of ours were in their 10th year. We also are looking at procuring second sets of bunker gear for firefighter safety and readiness. This as well is going to be hopefully supplied by a grant fund. And we also continue to invest in our bunker gear for our personnel, purchasing enough for 1/10 of our membership every year. This is in line with the 10-year service life for bunker gear. We will look at acquiring a new tanker for Manette if committee approves. This is in line with our commitment to have fire apparatus under the 20-year life as set in our bylaw. Selection of fire apparatus is based on many things. There are many complex factors, but we endeavor to achieve both the CAN ULC and the NFPA 19.1 standards when we select our fire apparatus. Also, it should be noted for fire underwriters grade B or S for shuttle, to maintain that grade rating, each fire hall must have a fire tanker that has a minimum water rating carrying capacity of 4,000 liters at 880 gallons. This tanker will meet that requirement. We're also looking at installing gear extractors. We've included in this year's fire grant replacement of our gear extractors. It should be noted that this investment is tied to grant funding. This aligns with the Solicitor General's provincial commitment to continue to promote more cancer prevention initiatives. We're also looking at adding firefighting nozzles that are specific for the handling of electric vehicle fires, and this again is tied to grant funding. We want to advance this year the Manette Fire Station land acquisition and design. There's really nothing to say there other than we are working with our counterparts and colleagues over at facilities to endeavor that, to bring that to committee's attention. Purchasing combination tools, we want to continue to invest in combination tools for our rescue trucks. This is a commitment that is made in bylaw 2016-125. The tool that is included here is a hydraulic cutter ram spreader all-in-one tool. Our Occupational Health and Safety Act also promotes that we have all of our tools in good condition, and this aligns with that initiative. And one other upgrade that we are looking at for this year in 2026 is completing our radio tower upgrades. Our radio network is maintained under a service agreement with our provider point-to-point radio systems. They have proactively performed an audit and discovered that some of our equipment is due for replacement. It should be noted that our advanced setup has built-in safeguards that served us well during the ice storm. We were one of the few fire services that actually had continual communication with our firefighters during that ice storm. And south of us, Simcoe, many Simcoe fire services have come up to look at what our system is so that they can build those same redundancies into their system. This is a $68,000 investment. It is broken into digestible parts for committee, and it will happen over the next 5 to 10 years. I now stand for questions.
Thank you for that. Anybody have any questions for Chief Morrell? Nope. Councillor Burry.
Not a question, just commending 0 lost time injuries in a fire department is really something quite special. Zero lost time injuries is a big deal in all kinds of areas where we have people putting themselves at risk. And I think we should probably commend the chief and his department for it really is almost like a remarkable piece. And it's just, a single bullet here in the budget buried. It's a big deal. So congratulations to you and your team for doing your jobs while taking care of yourselves. It's a big deal.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Councillor Bosemore.
Thank you. It's really more an understanding. You mentioned 7 structure fires. Does that mean 7 fires? We only have 7 fires this year. And how does that compare to other years?
So fires are actually counted in various ways. it's probably around a number of about 17 in total fires. So they count vehicle fires in that same mix, but 7 structure fires are 7 fires where a structure was under threat. Which is low for Muskoka Lakes. I should note. Actually, the best scenario is 0. Let's be honest.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up what Rob was saying. I'm not surprised with this number, with 7, because we used to be around 4 or 5. And I'm really kind of wanting you to say what we used to be, I guess, because I think we have gotten better, for sure. But I don't want anybody to think that we're just sitting equal, I guess, have we for a lot of years. And I just don't want anybody to think that we're doing better than what we normally would have done.
And you care to respond? I don't know if that was a
can
question,
address
but it
that.
sounded like it might deserve a response.
Yeah, I could address that in our annual report. We do plan on bringing an annual report to council in January, and I can address that question and go back over time and show exactly all the structure fires that we've had.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I noticed there was a $100,000 reduction in the training and that. And I think we have 2 years to get everyone trained, but would it not be better having it in now so we train everyone and that? Like we're a volunteer service, so we're not full-time, which saves us money. Would we be better to train them better now?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we originally had submitted a number of around $130,000 of an increase for training. And through conversations that we've had internally, it was decided that maybe we should defer some of that training, which will extend the deadline for us to hit the second deadline. I will note for committee's information, in the firefighter certification deadline, there are 2 deadlines. We have easily met the first deadline. The first deadline comes out January 1st, 2026, so we've easily accomplished that feat. The second deadline is set for January 1st, 2028, and some of the curriculum involved in that deadline has not been developed by the province, which leads us to think that perhaps the province will extend that deadline a little further. But to the councillor's question, it would be better that if we tried to meet that deadline, and that's what we had put into the budget for this year. So what this will mean is we will either have to reallocate funding within our operating budget in order to make it happen, or push back the deadline by another year.
Councillor Edwards.
Supplemental, if memory serves me right, you had a budget of 163,000, took 100,000, so we're just leaving 63 in.
So I don't have the numbers right in front of me. Is that about right? Yeah, okay. 163 was the increase, I believe, because that's not the total budget. So most of that number, by the way, is wages for our firefighters, because all of the training that we're doing is in-house now.
That's right, and is I seen the training the other day. It's very, very commendable of what you're doing in that. But I think we should, if it's possible, put some more back in to training, so we have our firefighters trained as well as possible, as soon as possible. Thank you.
So Councillor Edwards, are you suggesting that we put that issue on the list for consideration when we talk about a parking lot list?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Anybody else with questions, excuse me, or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief Morrell. Appreciate that. We've got just a couple more left. We've had people patiently waiting here, so I'm going to actually see if we can't get through most of this before we break. That's all right, or no? Yeah, everybody good? Yep. I think the next one up is our Chief Librarian, CEO of the library, Mr. Andrew Whitfield.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. And through you,
You'll recall I was here about 2 weeks ago providing an update on all the library's been doing in 2025 and prior. So this is just a quick recap to show sort of what we've been doing in 2025, as well as a look ahead through 2026. So as you'll recall, the Muskoka Lakes Public Library is a year-round community hub providing free access to information, technology, and learning for residents and visitors. We operate 2 branches out of Port Carling and Bala. And these branches, again, offer e-resources, Wi-Fi, computers, education, and arts opportunities. We serve nearly 7,500 residents and 9,000 households, and we advance the library's goals to engage, enrich, and evolve. 2025, our achievements saw the adoption of our strategic plan. We had an increased usage of digital resources across the board, which combined with an increased usage of our overall collection. We had our Library of Things collection expansion, which is continuing to grow and now includes happy lights so people can beat the winter blues. We've increased attendance at programmings across all ages through children and youth as well as seniors. Crowning achievement was we had over 1,200 books read this summer as part of our Beating for Reading summer program. And we also, through partnership, as was mentioned before, with economic development, we're able to host and launch the mural, Now Our Minds Are One, in Port Carling. So that's just a small snapshot of our 2025 achievements. And our next slide would be our 2026 priorities. So the big one is we are planning a comprehensive facility and service review. So this will look at the services we are offering, how we're offering them, as well as the facilities we are operating them out of, and hopefully inform how we make decisions over the next decade and into the future. We are going to look at celebrating 25 years of service from the Norman Miller Alloway Muskoka Lakes Library, also known as the Port Carling branch. So that'll be taking place in summer 2025. Continue to grow our capital reserves. And as I mentioned, through the facility and service review, growth planning. Collection enhancement and development continues every year through research on new acquisitions or new tech to add to our collection to enhance our residents and members' lives. We're going to be providing more opportunity for community input and engagement, so opportunities for the community to let us know what kind of programmings they'd like to see and to ensure that we are meeting them where they're at. And another 2026 priority is to obtain reaccreditation through the Ontario Public Library Guidelines and Monitoring and Accreditation Council. So I stand for questions.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Whitfield? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Actually, I'm not sure if it's through you, but I'll just, or through the mayor, but
Sure.
It's more of a concern about a consultant, another consultant fee. What I found in, some of our other consultants that have come forward, the lack of understanding of what it's like 9 months of the year here. And it's all great to say you could do this and this and this, like our Parks and Rec and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not real with how people live here. And in fact, our population is quite a bit smaller, like quite a bit smaller. And in reality, many people won't drive through the winter and things. So I'm really kind of getting somewhat concerned about hiring consultants to tell us stuff that is not possible, is not the reality of living here in the winter months. And so I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I just am concerned about how we spend our money to be told this can all happen, but in reality it wouldn't, because we've done it for many, many years. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anybody with a question or comment? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your continued work with the library.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, folks, we have, I think, 2 speakers left. We have Parks and Recs and we have Public Works. They've been sitting so patiently in the back. I would love to hear their stuff, but we also have the appendix or the last piece on the supplementary agenda. I don't know if we're going to deal with that. Probably we are. I think one requires a resolution, if I'm not mistaken. No? Yeah, potentially. So I don't know how everybody is on time. If we want to take a break now for, say, 45 minutes for lunch. Yeah, okay. We'll take a break, 45 minutes for lunch, back here at 12:45. And we'll get through the last two. Apologize, Tim and Corey, for holding you over. You can't leave the room. But yeah, that's the other thing. We are in council, and so we got to be careful we aren't gathering around talking about all this, as tempting as it might be. And when we come back, we're going to deal with those last two pitches. Anything else on the supplemental agenda? And then we really need to walk through next steps. We've got 4 or 5 things on a parking list now. May have more later. But we've got to figure out what the right approach is to resolve those open issues. We still have 2 opportunities to deal with this at the regular council meeting in 10 days, I think it is. And the possibility of a special one later on in the month as well. Enjoy your lunch. See you back here in 45. Okay, thank you very much for getting back here on time. We have quorum. I assume we are live and in color. Thank you. Who's up next? I think is Director Colucci's coming up to introduce as the head of the remaining departments.
Last but not least, operational services. So I had to change this because it said good morning, but now I have to say good afternoon, council, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, well, okay, I'll just keep it up. So the operational services department is made up of the following divisions. Under parks, recreation and facilities, we have cemeteries, trails, swimming, community centers, arenas, and facility maintenance. And under public works, we have administration, township equipment, roads, bridges, and culverts. The operational services department has experienced several pressures in both the operating and capital budgets this year, and we're reflecting some changes in next year's budget to reflect those. These pressures include, but are not limited to, climate change, inflated cost of services, increased resident expectations, and increasing numbers of extreme weather and flooding events. We have increased the budgets within the department in a few areas to more closely match the 5-year average expenditure in each area. The contract services and materials lines in arenas, parks, facilities, and roads have been increased on that basis. When preparing the capital and operating budgets, staff considered recommendations contained within the following plans, reports, and studies: the road needs study, the OSIM bridge and structure assessments, the transportation master plan, the asset master management plan, the level of service study, parks and recreation master plan, building condition assessments, arena feasibility study, climate adaptation plan, parks and trails standards manual, the strategic plan, the fire hall location study, and the fire master plan, as well as many other legislative requirements. These plans, reports, and studies include recommendations of more than $200 million of capital and a total replacement cost of about $600 million. Next, the manager of park recreation facilities and the manager of public works will present their respective parts of the budget. So turn it over to Corey.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moore, welcome.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. So we'll start with the Parks Division. And perhaps if it's okay, after each kind of section, we'll stop and pause for any questions or clarification. So 2025 started with a busy plowing season with lots of snow for our full-time year-round parks crew that keep all of our parking lots and facilities cleared. That followed and led into the winter ice storm to cap off, which obviously required a lot of time of cleanup in our parks, boat launches, etc. In terms of capital projects, we replaced the Shea Road and Birch Avenue boat ramps. We replaced the Whiteside floating dock. Windermere Wharf floating docks are on track now and will be installed this spring. We were able to update the Windermere Village Hall Park and add a new playground there with help from the local community, which was a great achievement. Our first phase of our parks development plan is almost complete, with a follow-up report coming in November. Park signage replacement is moving along. This year we're just finishing up the inventory and design of those, and we expect a spring installation of those as well. As for 2026, the Hannah Park Playground is due for replacement. We will begin phase 2 of the park development plans, which will focus on Bala, Torrance, and Walker's Point area. We have some concrete repairs to our existing 3 wharfs, some beach repairs in Windermere to go along with the new floating docks being installed, Windsor Park dock redecking, and a small facelift to the Port Sandfield washrooms. So with that, Chair, I'll turn it over for any questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Moore on those issues? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on.
We'll carry on. Cemeteries and trails, a little bit smaller. In 2025, we replaced the Torrance Cemetery back gate and the Allswater Cemetery fencing. Again, lots of winter cleanup on our cemeteries and trails, especially our cemeteries. They really took a hit. In terms of cemeteries, we had 36 cremations this year, 9 full burials, 45 interments, 17 lot purchases, and 3 niche sales. Our first 3 in our new columbarium in Port Carling. As for 2026, we'll look to replace the Foots Bay Cemetery fencing and look to finish off the Hazelwood Trail, the final 200 meters of that trail, just bringing it up to the standards of the rest of the trail that we have there. So yes, any questions?
Good stuff. Same question, Councillor Nishikawa.
Hazelwood is through you. And I'm mostly looking to you to also add to the conversation about the golf course. And so why we would be putting something in place when we may not have the trail, I'm not sure.
Sorry, just I missed the last part of your question. Why we would?
Put more money into the trail when we might lose the trail is something I want to have a further discussion.
All right, fair question. Councillor Burry, did you want to answer?
Well, thank you. And through you, I did have a conversation with the president of the Muskoka Lakes Golf and Country Club on the weekend, and the Muskoka Lakes Golf and Country Club are bringing a plan to us on Thursday next week for planning that I think will relieve everyone's concerns about the Hazelwood Trail. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, and I'm not sure that everything's been done dotting the I's and crossing the T's, but the short answer is that the proposal for the road will be all on the Golf and Country Club's property and will not impact the Hazelwood Trail. They heard us loud and clear that we didn't want that impacted, nor did we want a whole lot of stuff done to that road. So I would say that that's one of those ones we don't have to worry about.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that. And my other response too, just because we're allocating for budget isn't a commit, there's nothing approved for a spend, I don't imagine. So I would think that it's prudent as long as we think that's an important project and one that we want to set aside the funds for. Obviously, if we didn't own it, we wouldn't spend the money and rebuild the trail, but glad to hear that other news. Anyone else with other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to community centers. This past year, we converted the Bala Community Center to propane from oil. We replaced some tables and chairs at our community centers at requests of the hall board. We updated the sound systems at Port Carling and Peninsula, updated the kitchens and added stoves to the Windermere and Allswater community centers. Those are just about to be wrapped up. We replaced the Port Carling Community Center commercial fridge, and we continue to have communication improvements with our local hall boards. Most recently, holding our annual meeting again with the chairs, and we continue to work on improvements there with them, keeping them up to date on any projects occurring in the halls. As we move forward to 2026, we'll look to convert the Torrance Community Center to propane from oil. We are going to work with the food bank on installing a generator at the Glen Orchard Community Center, replace the drop ceiling at the Port Carling Community Center kitchen, and at the Peninsula Community Center, replace the accessible ramp. With that, any questions?
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor Nishikawa, then Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, thank you. Through you actually to Director Donaldson. It's an overall question I should have asked much earlier, but are there development charges included in some of the revenues, or not revenue? I want to say, well, I'm not even sure if it's reserves, because it has its own little world, I guess. And so where I'm going with this is that in the past, some of the things that came from I think we actually didn't use the fund properly, but we used to tap into the development charges for the trails and parks, for instance, or community centers in some cases. So Is that still the case? So like, where are the development charges in this whole take on things?
And through your worship, so for capital projects that are eligible for development charge usage or parkland dedication use as well, those have been identified as the funding source for those projects. So it's within the capital budget in terms of where the funding is coming from that's paying for those capital items. And I believe I'd have to just double check, but that is where they would show. So they're not showing as our revenue, they would just be a funding source for the capital budget itself.
Councillor Nishikawa?
Well, sorry, again, I'm just wondering, again, through, I'm a little concerned that we're putting reserves away for trails. Plus, my understanding historically was that we could tap into those development charges, but it's not capital, it's operational. So I'm just saying, it kind of concerns me that we're putting money away in reserves, but in fact, there's another reserve that we're supposed to use to community improvement, I guess, and I'm not quite sure that we're doing that.
Director Donaldson.
So we are following the rules under the Development Charges Act and how we are able to use the funds we are collecting. It is for capital and it is for expanded growth related capital projects. So if you have to upgrade your surface of a road because you're having more traffic because there's more development on a road, if you have to expand your fire service, but it's all capital related, development charges are not permitted to be used for operating purposes.
One more, but.
So I'm just thinking about all of our park additions, the equipment that we're adding, so we can't tap into that for those.
So that would be, so through you, Chair, that would be more appropriate for the parkland dedication where we're severing lots and we're getting parkland in lieu for new playgrounds and expanding recreational facilities. I think the township passed a bylaw about 11 or 12 years ago that kind of defined what recreational purposes were and how that could be used, and we are following that bylaw.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through to Mr. Moore. Annually, we ask the hall boards to provide a budget input. Was from the budget input that was provided, was there anything that would require capital investment or other than, your operation budget?
Through you, Chair, there was nothing new that would need to be added that isn't already in the capital plan identified by the hall boards. And then a lot of the other requests are more minor in nature that we cover through our operating budget.
I have one quick question for you, Mr. Moore. In your 25 achievements, I don't see anything about the Peninsula Road water ingress. Was that an issue? Someone was raising that when I was up there one time, and water coming in the Peninsula Road Community Center.
Oh.
Off of an ice dam.
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, we had a little bit of water coming in through the ceiling. Yes, those.
Thank you.
Those were repaired. Yes.
That's good. Thanks. I'm back up there next week. I want to be able to tell them I fixed it. Just an idle curiosity. All right. Do we have any more? We have any more questions, Mr. Moore? He's got more to talk about. Sir, you're still on. Carry on. Thank you.
We do have a new pet raccoon up in Peninsula, though. So
don't tell me that.
That's
Can it be gone by Monday?
We haven't named him yet. No, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to arenas in 2025, we welcomed our new electric Zamboni in Port Carling. We installed a new score clock in Bala, replaced some jacket pumps in Bala, sealed some of our rooftop units from damage over the winter, replaced blown plant heaters from the winter storm, and replaced the dehumidifier and the plates on the chiller from the small ammonia leak. As we move into 2026, a lot at this point is dependent on the conclusion of the arena action plan. So that is certainly the top priority. And based on the outcome of that, we will then update and revise the capital plan as necessary.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Any questions on that section? Seeing none, carry on. I think you've got other facilities here, don't you?
Yes, 2025 are other facilities. So these are our public works garages, admin buildings, library, etc. We added a rear door to the Bala Library, some minor siding repairs to the football fire hall. We're going to replace the carpet on the stairs at the municipal office here from some wear. We completed the building condition assessments on our facilities, and we're currently going through the results of those. And again, in 2026, we'll definitely work on updating the capital plan to reflect some of the items identified within those. We continue to work on the Public Works Yard location study, and we replaced the Manette Fire Hall vehicle shelter that again was damaged due to the storm. 2026, we look to replace the fuel system at the Patterson Yard. That's our last fuel system that requires replacement. At the municipal office here, we're looking to replace the rooftop units so that we can control the temperature in the council chambers better. As per the fire location study, we'll look to begin drafting designs for those new fire halls and replace the generator at the Port Carling Fire Hall. The municipal office in 2026, we have electric charging vehicle stations being installed. And with that, we will look to pave the parking lot over here to the side of us and join with our existing lots so that those chargers are easily accessible. At the Glen Orchard Garage, we'll replace the salt storage building. Milford Bay Boathouse, that stores our fireboat, just needs a little bit of re-leveling and redecking. And the Patterson Garage is in need of some improvements. And we're going to start there with some of the exterior work, so replacement of the roof and siding there. And with that, any questions?
Thank you very much for that. Does anybody have any questions on that segment? Nope, not seeing any.
Okay, perfect. I will turn it over to Tim.
Well, thank you very much for all you do. And you got a big span of stuff going on here, contact with lots of constituents. We could all take a page from how joyously you tackle your job. You're always happy. Thank you.
The pressure is on.
Then there's Tim.
Yeah. What a way to start the presentation. Yeah. Laughing at me. Anyways.
Welcome, Mr. Sapko.
Yes, thank you. So for 2025 and equipment achievements, the township has replaced several pieces of equipment. Replacements were as detailed in the 2025 capital budget and completed on the basis of service life as well as consideration, asset condition and use. So as part of the replacements, we replaced a wood chipper. We had two tandem axle plow trucks. We replaced a ride-on lawnmower, a landscape trailer, and a 3/4 ton pickup truck. Next slide. In 2026, staff have identified several priorities for equipment replacement, as well as a couple of new initiatives. Again, the replacements have been planned based on service life as well as the asset condition. Replacement of these assets ensures that the existing assets remain in a fit state of repair to maintain the existing level of service, while also balancing ongoing maintenance costs. 2026 priorities for equipment replacements include replacement of a tandem axle plow truck, a backhoe, 2 1-ton trucks, 2 0-turn lawnmowers, 1 ride-on lawn tractor, a landscape trailer, as well as a V-plow for the medium-duty plow truck. The budget also includes a request for a front mounting plate on one of the township graders that will provide greater flexibility and use on the existing equipment by allowing the mounting of front-end attachments. The budget also includes a new V-plow for use on the existing tandem axle plow trucks. This new resource will allow township road operators an additional resource to deal with significant or unusual snow accumulations on township roadways and provide
us with maintaining our level of service when we experience these unusual snowfall events. With that, I'm available for any questions on the township equipment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions on the equipment? Councillor Guy. Councillor Guy.
My friends call me Councillor Guy. Thank you. And I know we may be a little bit too early on this, but are we looking at how other municipalities are using automation in specifically areas like grass cutting, where an operator can be running a zero turn and simultaneously having an autonomous grass cutting unit working, not dissimilar to the iRobots that some people have in their homes? I'm just thinking, one of the areas where we can continue to maintain our service levels is by augmenting what individuals can do as human capital, as we recognize is very expensive and not going down. So I'm just wondering if that's something that you are taking a look at what some other municipalities might be doing, especially for things like cemeteries and parks.
Through you, I'd say we're in the early stages of that. Typically, the equipment supports the operation. So, in conjunction with my colleague Corey Moore, we'd be looking at things like that of how we could use new technologies to help deliver services, like say in grass cutting. There is a lot of available technology out there that's existing or emerging, and it's something we'll definitely look to in the future.
Perfect. Any other questions on the equipment side? Nope, I see none. Carry on. You're on roads next, correct? Yeah.
Yep. So 2025 was another busy year with our roadwork program. We completed approximately 25 kilometers of road construction. This included 1.8 kilometers of gravel resurfacing on Bear Cave Road, 12.2 kilometers of surface treatment on Big Joe Road, Hemlock Point Road, Curry Glen Road, Ross River Road, Whiteside Road, and Ziska Road. Completed half a kilometer of hot mix resurfacing on several small sections on Better and Egg, Ray Road, and Carlo Enterprise Road. And finally, we had 10.2 kilometers of slurry seal completed on Beecher's Town Line, Butterfly Road, Butler Road, Marquee Lane, Scarcliffe Road, Torrance Road, and Walker's Point Road. Next slide. So 2026 is planned as another busy year in our roads program with almost 31 kilometers of road work planned. Included in this is 12.4 kilometers of surface treatment on North Shore Road, Sandwood Road, Medora Lake Road, McLeod Road, Hallett's Road, Kendon Road, and Judhaven Road. We have 13.6 kilometers of slurry seal planned for Ross River Road, Curry Glen Road, Ziska Road, Hemlock Point, Big Joe Road, and Whiteside Road. We also have 2.4 kilometers of hot mix paving planned for Judhaven Road, as well as several paved hills on North Shore Road, Rosso Lake Road 3, and McLeod Road. And finally, our gravel resurfacing program is limited this year to continuing on Bear Cave Road, completing 2.5 kilometers of gravel resurfacing. In addition to our various road construction projects, we'll also continue with completion of parking, sidewalk repairs, rock removal, guide rail, and drainage projects at various locations throughout the township. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have on the road program.
Thank you for that. Anyone have questions on the roads? Councillor Bosenworth.
Yes, thank you. I recall correctly, we have over 400 kilometers of roads. For the 2025 achievements, how are we doing on, if you need to repair them every 15 years, that's, less than 40 kilometers a year, you have your standards, but how, is 25 achievements, is that, have we moved ahead on that game? It was a little bit less than we would have to do to keep up with our new standards or our current standards for the 400 kilometers of road.
Stocko?
And through you, so I would say great strides have been made in the last few years. I know since like 2019, 2020, we were typically doing more around 20 kilometers of roads. We're now in next year up to 30 kilometers of road. So we're actually up quite a bit. Do we have more work to do? likely. I mean, I think we're still awaiting our results of our latest road needs study. Once we have that, we'll be bringing that forward. But I imagine, you know, it's fairly simple, like straightforward math. We have, I believe, 367 kilometers of road for round numbers. In the intervals between them, we're likely not quite where we need to be. We do have identified in the capital budget for future years that we have an additional expense as a placeholder that we're using as in regards to our level of service study, that we will be bringing more projects forward as we get more information.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow up to Councillor Bosenworth. I remember Director Becking, it was either the last budget or the budget before, where he mentioned that with our amount of roads, if my memory serves, the kilometers that we have, that we should be replacing or working on 35 kilometers a year. And at that time, I think he said, if I remember, 14. I think you just mentioned we did 31 kilometers. So given that, if my understanding is correct, we've come leaps and bounds from that point in time. So.
Anyone else with any comments, questions? I have a quick comment because I would also like to point out, not only does it appear we've come leaps and bounds, but unusual for constituents to reach out who are happy, but they are happy enough to call and say they like the engagement with the community, with the neighbors, the residents who live along the roads. They like the kind of communication of what's to come and when to expect it. I heard that from people on Scarcliffe. I heard it was just the year before this. That was last year, 24, and this year on Ziska. So, I mean, that engagement with the constituent is real win. It's a really good move. Thank you. Okay. You got bridges and culverts too, right? Yeah.
That makes up for the introduction, I guess. Apologies. Just joking. Oh yes, our bridges and culverts. So for 2025, some of our projects are complete, while several are still underway. The Dark Bay Road Culvert project has been completed. That's a picture of the brand new road and culvert right there before you. Our Gross Road Culvert replacement is ongoing and is nearing completion, probably be completed in the next several weeks. And the Burgess 1 Dam is currently in the tender stage with contract award planned before the end of this year. Slide. So in 2026, priorities in bridges and culverts include design work for several rehabilitation projects that have been identified in the biennial structure inspections. The planned scope of work for the Rosso Lake Road 3 bridge includes replacement of the timber wearing surface, concrete abutment and wing wall repairs, replacement of the timber guideposts, as well as installation of additional scour protection along the abutment walls. The Bala Bay Dock bridge requires repair and replacement of various the wooden components on the bridge, including deteriorated posts, railings, and curbs. And finally, the Milford Bay structural culvert has been flagged for rehabilitation work to correct some undermining that has occurred at the outlet of the culvert underneath the abutment or culvert walls, as well as repairs to the embankment walls and to correct some scouring and erosion. With the planned work in 2026 is really for the design work, with the plan to complete the actual construction in 2027. With that, I'm available for any questions you have on the bridges and culverts item.
Thank you very much. Bridges and culverts, any questions, comments? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I think that's your last one.
Yeah, with that, we'll.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The department call. Yeah.
Oh, listen, one of the things about the whole group, operational services, I thought they're a great group of people, inspiring tons of confidence. And I always wondered, is it them or is it at the time Becking? And then along comes Colucci, the anti-Becking, and they're still happy. So I think it's them. Sure how to interpret it. Oh my God, I never thought of that. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of the departmental presentations, and I'm going to need to have a quick bit of guidance. We had one more thing, which was the stuff on the supplemental agenda. I don't think we've talked through that yet, have we? Oh, okay, except for the one resolution. No. All right, then I'm going to tell you, because I've heard it 10 times and I still don't remember exactly how it works. It might be useful to talk about next steps. Does anybody think there's a better way to move forward here? Or do I have an agenda? I should probably look at the agenda. Yeah, well, so we've got a few things to figure out. We've got a timeline. There are probably two opportunities already available to us. One on the council meeting Wednesday. I don't know what date that is, the 12th or something of November. And the other one is another council meeting tentatively set for 24th. Yeah, I'm going to let Director Peroski. Oh, you have a question? Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So through you, and I'll look to the director and CAO if they'd like to add anything or if I've missed anything, but we just want to make sure the process from here on out is very clear. So we're in the 30-day window right now where council has the opportunity to put forward amendments. So the budget is before you. This is the final budget document. You're looking at it to provide any amendments. So we could do that today. We did hear a few. So I've been working with staff and I have a few potential resolutions should council choose to put one of the amendments forward today. You then have an opportunity at the next regular council meeting. I think we talked about putting the matter on the agenda. So if anything were to come up, you could put a resolution on the floor at that time. And then there's right now a placeholder for November 24th. That meeting won't happen if we don't receive notice that somebody would like to put something on the floor, and it would have to be quite specific at that point. So we've given up until November 20th for you to provide notice to the clerk, being myself, if you'd like to put something on the floor, but that one would have to be quite specific just because of the tight turnaround. So just to reiterate, we do have the regular meeting for you to put something forward, this meeting and the 24th, but only if there's something brought forward by a councillor at that point. So as of right now, we wouldn't be holding the meeting on the 24th unless we receive some notice. I hope that provides some clarification.
I think it did. It did, yes, absolutely. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And just wanted to ask, and I'm not sure if it's yourself or staff, we did receive a letter from the Muskoka Ratepayers that had some specific questions in it. And I'm just wondering, I had one question on one of the items, but has there been a response to each of their items, and how have we handled that? And I guess I get my second question on that. I guess I'll go to the specific. Point number 6, they had asked, is there any kind of, I'm going to summarize it to say it's some kind of a reporting on the capital budget that would talk to the different projects that we have either changed or postponed. And I just wanted to know from staff's perspective, is that something that we're considering? Is that something that we consider in the future?
I'm going to go to Director Donaldson with that, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So with respect to the correspondence we received from the Ratepayers Association, we reviewed the letter. Where there is a question or something requiring clarification, I will be providing a response. Many of the comments, as I read them, were just comments. They were just, just basic observations I think they had made. But if there is where there is a request for a response, I certainly will do that. One of the items that they had included talked about providing a little bit more information regarding project level spending recaps. We are in the process of doing that, and actually for our year-end report last year that was tabled to committee in March of 2025, there was an appendix to that report at the year-end that detailed life-to-date costs, project costs for the capital budget, and we'll continue to work on that. It's a difficult item to bring forward mid-year because of the differences in the timing of when we get information on what things actually cost, when invoices come in, when projects get closed down. So it's an intent at the very least to do that at the end of every fiscal year when we report on the actual results, so that there's kind of a bit of a check-in in terms of, you said this was going to cost this much, how much did it actually cost? Absolutely valid request, and certainly something that we've started, we've reported to committee, and we'll continue to improve on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we have heard, now we have parking lot issues. I think there were four. And we have some draft resolutions. I guess for my edification, if something was vague and missing the information that was needed, would one potential resolution be to instruct council to bring a report back on certain issues? Did you mention that? I don't think I heard that as a possibility. Sorry, Director Prochi, I'm asking you, sorry. Asking him.
So the four resolutions that I have prepared were based on specific councillors asking for very specific items. So the way that they're written are just as amendments to the budget because they were quite specific. And as you chat about them, there might be a chance to kind of tweak it or amend it. I didn't hear, and maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't hear anything around the table today that was just asking for some general information or more information to come back on something. That could certainly happen at this budget or potentially at the next council meeting. After that point, it becomes really difficult to bring back just general information and do much with it before the expiry of the 30 days. So I just want to caution, if that's something that council would like, that I'd encourage you to pass a resolution on that today or at the latest at the next meeting.
Thank you for that. And just again, for clarification to you, Madam Director, if we vote on something today and it's declined, it can't be brought back in any form. We can't come back and change it up and say, well, how about this? If doubling the fees didn't work, let's try tripling it, sort of thing. I'm just trying to make sure before we make one vote that we may not be able to have another kick at it.
Thank you. I'm thinking as I
Okay.
turn my mic on. In the same meeting, so being today, you could reconsider the matter with a 2/3 vote. After the conclusion of today's meeting and after the confirmation bylaw has been read, it technically is a decided matter. It's tough because a lot of these, you could potentially do other options with it. So that specific option, I'd say no, but other options, I think our procedural bylaw would allow for that.
Thank you.
With this meeting, we suspended the everything, did we not?
Not everything.
At the start?
Yeah.
And
Well,
so if it wasn't brought up at this meeting, would it still apply? In other words, we suspended the rules.
I'm going to ask Director Prochki to speak to that.
Thank you. Through you. You suspended the rules in regards to speaking time and rules of debate. So that allowed for open conversation, lots of questions and speaking, as well as for the mayor to participate in any debate. I would say anything in regards to notification, that it wouldn't apply to that. But again, you are council and you always have the opportunity to suspend the rules, but it would be hard to bring something back that you've already made a final decision on today.
So I have, sorry, Councillor Zavitz, I forgot. Yeah.
Thank you, through you. So for clarity, if you were to ask for a vote on doubling the fee for participation, is that what you're considering doing? Like, wouldn't you think you would have discussion about what the fee might be, or you're just going to say, well, let's double it? I mean,
That's where, well, with all,
there's a big hole there, isn't there? There's a big gap.
yeah, we'll work through them and deal with them, but that was why I asked the first question, because we may want to actually just figure out what we're doing before we do it. Let me read the first one, which comes from the supplementary agenda and was put on the parking lot or parking list earlier in this meeting. Moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that committee request, is it committee or council? Council. The council request the 2026 budget as presented in staff report FIN-2025-020 be amended to include the following. Number one, the addition of a $5,000 operating grant for Muskoka Chautauqua. Okay, anybody have any questions on that? Anybody with any comments? Councillor Burry.
Is, I should know this, but is the Chautauqua a registered charity? I just, I think I mean, maybe something we want to look at. It's not budget related to this budget, but something we ought to look at it in enhancing our policy is that under very few circumstances would we ever consider giving to a registered charity. That being said, the Chautauqua does all kinds of good things and some economic development. And if it's not a registered charity, having a memorandum of understanding where we as the township are covering some of their operating costs. I mean, I think that's completely appropriate if the municipality was to try and run this kind of thing. I mean, I can't imagine how much it would cost the township. It's not dissimilar to the other areas where we're looking at memorandums of understanding. It's just, what's the relationship? And I think Councillor Mazan's got another probably related question.
I was going to try and answer that one, but Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and I'm actually not 100%. I think I have a pretty good idea, but I don't want to make a comment on behalf of Chautauqua. But I think this brings up two things. First of all, I think this is a one-time opportunity that staff identified as this might be the right opportunity to have this type of grant with this group for now, but it's a one-year initiative. I think that talks to what your comments. Do we have the right guardrails or criteria in place for the operating grant? As mentioned earlier in today, we have pretty good guidelines, I think, around the community grant program, the CIP, but the operating grant seems to be one that's growing and we're getting more requests. And I think it's prudent. I would agree with you. I think we need to make sure we have that discussion on the policy for next year's budget.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to add through you to, I see Chautauqua, because again, they've been around forever, but just in a different name, providing services that we don't otherwise do in our township. But I consider their, I'll call it a festival, in line with the January or February festival in Port Carling and then the Cranberry Festival. And I think if we grouped that, I think we could come up with something different. I would say whatever name you want to come up with or whatever, but I think it's important to those kind of festivals bring people here, and it's an economic development and all of that kind of stuff. I see that differently than some of the other grants that we hand out.
Thank you for that. Anyone else with a comment or question? Not that it's reliable, but I did a rudimentary search. They call themselves a not-for-profit, but they do not call themselves a charitable organization. And when you look at the donor page, there's no promise of a receipt. So I suspect they are not, because I share your concern about donating money to a charitable organization. In this case, it's $5,000, and I think it may be a policy we want to get onto, but after this is done. Yes, go ahead, Director Huff.
Sorry, just on this matter. So I did follow up with our economic development officer just now on the charity status, and he has advised that they are a registered charity. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, anyone else have any questions or comments? Councillor Bosemore.
Just to be clear, so that perhaps everybody else understands, but just to confirm my thoughts or understanding of the reason why we would not want to give to his registered charities, because of the tax efficiency of that, and we get no tax efficiency as a township, whereas individuals do. And why would we be doing that?
As I understand it too. Councillor Edwards?
That's true if they are charitable, but they also put the festival on, for the community, for the community's benefit. The waterfront band, it's free, it's just by donation. They help with the Windermere Fun Day. They bring other artists in and everything for it. So I would support it because like I say, if we have to hire somebody to organize a festival like this, it costs them a lot more than $5,000.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mazan?
Thank you, and through you. I just think it's important to also note that I think there was a shift in direction to move from the community grant and that they've historically been beneficiaries of, which is still an amount coming from this group and the bodies sitting around the table, to move to a more organized, I would say, approach with this MOU, given the size and scale of the actual group and the festival and what they're trying to accomplish for our township, that in discussion with staff, it was my understanding anyways, that this might be a better way to make sure that we have a clear understanding as to rules, expectations between the township, between the group, and through the community other initiatives. So I think it was intended to help formalize things a little bit differently and better. I would view this as a one-time grant to try and establish that. And then for the next year, it allows us to put in an appropriate policy as it relates to operating grants. And then it would understand for the Chautauqua group moving forward is the best way for the township to actually support them. So I think there has been a track record in the history of us supporting them regardless. This is intended as a bridge in order to help formalize that and understand roles and responsibilities a bit differently and better. And then the following year, I think that would be much clearer. So I would still continue to support it, knowing that this is a one-year initiative and that we've had a track record historically, just under a different heading called community grants.
Thank you for that. Does anybody else have anything they want to say before I call the question? I've read it, right? Yep. Oh, sorry. Councillor Bosenworth.
I'd just like to chime in that I agree with Councillor Mazan.
Thank you. Okay. Then I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. That carries. Okay. Next one up, and I don't know, these are in no particular order. These, I guess, as they were recorded. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Bosenworth. Be it resolved that council request the 2026 budget as presented in staff report FIN 2025-020 be amended to include the following. Number one, increase revenue to reflect a change in pickleball fees from $4 a person per session to $8 a person per session. Any questions, comments? Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Somebody else made this comment, but the random increase from $4 to $8, isn't the right way to go at it is to say, have staff come back and tell us what the break even is? The goal is not to have to pay for any more staff time. So if we have more staff that we're offering up, how much would we have to raise fees to break even? To me, that was the approach I would have taken. I mean, $8 may cover it more, may not cover it enough, but the goal was to have our budget be revenue neutral or cost neutral, in my opinion. And maybe it should go from $4 to $10, you know, to be competitive. So that's the way I would have approached it, which is to get the break even amount and make sure we're at least covering the incremental costs rather than a random number from 4 to 8. But I support the idea, obviously, I mentioned it as well.
Thank you very much. Seems reasonable. Did you, Councillor Bosenworth,
Yeah, I was going to suggest an amendment to the resolution because I believe Councillor Nishikawa suggested 8, but not with no particular full understanding of the financials.
Sorry, if I may.
And happy to have Councillor Nishikawa comment.
Well, or I will.
Well, anyway, so I just think we should modify the resolution, or basically I'm agreeing with Councillor Kent. but
Councillor
I-
Nishikawa.
I think that it would be a big chore to come up with the right number that was going to be neutral, because we don't know how many users necessarily will be in 2026, I'm just saying. But the reality is, if I was to go to Bracebridge or Gravenhurst, the fees are much more. And you have to actually pay a membership fee as well. So I just wanted to say that I think I just think it's not like we're talking about a bunch of little kids and all that sort of thing. I think that and the amount of facilities that are involved is where I came up with basically doubling it at this point to see how that goes. I don't think we're going to ever recover our costs.
Let me ask Mr. Moore a question. Without asking you what the break even is, do we have the information that you think you would need to come back later and tell us what it would approximate a break even?
I could certainly return with more detail. Of course, there's always going to be some variables within it as to how many people come out to pickleball that year, but we can get pretty close. I did want to provide some clarity, just so that everyone was on the same page. So we never received a request for more pickleball. The additional seasonal hours incorporated in this year's budget is just to keep in line with the current service level we provide. Committee will recall a few years ago, near the end of the budget process, we did include some additional funding dollars for pickleball to increase the seasonal staff hours to begin in May instead of July. And with that decision, we increased their fee $1 from $3 to $4 to help offset some of those costs at that time. This change in the budget is just to reflect that within our seasonal hours now. So there's no actually change to the service level we're currently providing or new requests from pickleball.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mazan, I think your hand was up before. I missed it. Then Zabit, Councillor Zabit.
Thank you, and through you. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. I appreciated that insight. My concern right now is that we seem to be targeting one group when staff have noted multiple times, I think even included in this, our overall policy on user fees is something that is brought up consistently. And so my concern currently is that by using one group and targeting one group, I'm not sure that's quite fair and equitable if we don't actually take a step back and say, have we got it right across the board on our user fee policy? So personally, I mean, if council is wanting to open up that, I would suggest that's the resolution I would be more supportive, is to say, let's bring back the whole user fee policy and say, how does that have an impact on our budget versus just targeting one group?
Thank you for that. Councillor Zabit, you're next.
Thank you. I certainly would second that emotion. And quite honestly, I wonder how,
Nap time?
without a review, I wonder how, for example, I saw a visual, just think yesterday on social media, of some folks at Milford Bay playing pickleball. Now, what is our charge going to be in a community center versus in an arena? I mean, I don't know, do we charge $8 in their own community center? So I think to your point, we rules for rules. So maybe we need a fulsome review of the whole recreational piece. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, Councillor Edwards, then Councillor Kent again.
I echo the comments of Councillor Mazan and Councillor Zavitz, but I have a question for Mr. Moore. Can you remind me, so I don't have to pour back, how much money we talking about? Is it $1,200 increase?
In terms of, those additional hours?
Additional hours.
I think when we reported back on it a few years ago, it was between 5,000 and 10,000, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Edwards, you're next.
Yes, we have a bunch of volunteers running these programs. We do not hire instructors for pickleball. It's giving people exercise. It's keeping them healthier, keeping them on the move and that. And I can't see doubling the fees at this time. I think we should just leave it the way it is. put a study on it and bring it forward after, but I wouldn't support doubling the fees without more information. But we must remember that these are people in the community who are already paying taxes to keep those buildings open in the first place. So that I think that, minimal, but I can't see doubling the fees at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Kent, you were next, and then Councillor Zabitz, I think.
Thank you. I think that the right thing is to go back at some point, not necessarily right now, but we could direct them to come back at some point with a user fee study to make sure we're being competitive. If you hear that it costs way more to play pickleball in Bracebridge than it does in here, I think we should make sure that we know what the competitor rates are so that we can be equivalent. I don't see any reason to give anybody a great benefit in our township versus for one particular area. But I do think that to be financially prudent, giving the ratepayers letters, which I think are fair, a lot of their comments are very fair. Every time we have an opportunity to make something easy, so we've added, I thought it was something like $12,000 more, divide by the number of hours that the pickleball people have and increase the fees, at least temporarily, until such time as we finish a user's fee study. And you can then say, well, we cut expenses we added more service, but we've kept the level of expense neutral. And I really think that's the compromise, which is, yes, we'll go back and we'll make sure we're competitive. And I'm sure the number is going to be a lot higher than 4 to 6 or 4 to 7 or whatever the numbers are. So I would propose a compromise between the two solutions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Zabitz.
Thank you. And through you. So contrary to what Councillor Edwards said, I'm wondering how we could somehow eat this elephant like right now to a point, because it's not only pickleball, it's quite honestly, it's our arenas. I mean, we don't charge enough personally, and I think we might find some consensus around the township that we don't charge enough for people to come into our township and use our ice. We just don't. And I'm not even talking about opportunity pricing, but I'm saying maybe we're leaving something on the table here but how do we do a fulsome review and still hit this budget with some sense of a change? Question.
I'm going to defer to CAO Pink, please.
Thank you. Through you. I think further to Director Peroshi's comments, this sounds to me like a more broader analysis of staff report or review of user fees in general that you wish. That amendment or resolution could be crafted and staff could return. I'm a little unclear, I think, based on the discussion, whether this is a 26 budget discussion, or I heard a few comments that perhaps this is for next year for 2027. But some clarity there. I would look to Mr. Moore as to the ability to come back in time for the meeting. Keep in mind that broader request would likely spur the meeting to occur on the 24th, and we can discuss that matter. But if a resolution is crafted and passed for a broader fee review, staff can produce those details, that report, and return.
Thank you for that. Mr. Moore, are you agreeing that you can get that turned around? And
through you, Chair, I think I more or less see it as a 2026 project that would be enrolled into 2027. I'd hate to rush something now just to get it in this budget. So
thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I think we've heard all the questions and comments. I've read the resolution. Have I read the resolution? Does it? All right, let me just remind you, the mover on that was Councillor Nishikawa. The seconder was Bosenworth. Would the two of you be interested in withdrawing the resolution so that we can move forward as discussed, making this a priority project for 2026 in time for whenever it's done? You'll withdraw?
Yeah, I'm happy to support the withdrawal. We could either vote on it and vote no, and then have another resolution to come back and say whatever the tidiest procedural way, but I'm happy to drop it.
All right, so we're going to withdraw this, we'll withdraw this. We don't have anything in the alternative, do we? I mean, we're not going to, sorry, help me understand. Is anybody expecting we're going to pass a resolution to instruct Mr. Moore and his department to do this? They've heard it. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
If I can just add to that, because in case there is appetite to have that actually in writing, the fees and charges bylaw will be coming forward to council for adoption in December. So if there's some further direction you want to provide at that time, I think there's another opportunity even before the end of the year to provide some direction going into 2026.
Thank you for that. So that I'm going to get back to you. Okay, there's two more here. This one is the motion to include $50,000 on the climate change support person. It was moved by Councillor Roberts. I can read it if you wish, but we don't have a seconder. Does someone want to make a Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. I was looking for more conversation around that topic, I'm in support of the 50,000. I'm in support or a reduction of the 50,000. I just want to make sure that we get a staff report explaining what we'll be doing in 2026.
Okay.
For climate. That's what we don't need that, do we?
Not going to read that one.
No. Okay, so
Councillor Burry and then Councillor
So, you know, I'm obviously exceedingly interested in the environment and your worship. I think you actually outlined this really well. The district is doing a ton of work in this space. The district doesn't help our township in anywhere near the magnitude that we help them with their revenue side. We don't get the operational support. And this would be low-hanging fruit, in my opinion, that the district could help us. We don't need to be throwing more money at this.
Thank you for that. Councillor Roberts.
thank you. And I do agree with Councillor Bure, but I really think if we're going to do, it implies in the report, we're going to do things that we sort of need an insight into what those things will be for 2026, because climate problems aren't going away. And I know there's low hanging fruit that we can do. So I'm just asking for
And I guess, if I may, I'll check with you. I'm not changing anything and it's on a budget matter. So we don't need a resolution. Okay. My sense is that you've been heard and we should probably follow it up, but it's not really a budget issue for today. All right. So did that one get withdrawn? You're with, oh, there's no seconder. Okay. All right. Last one, similar to the earlier one, was a motion made by Councillor Edwards. I do not have a seconder at this point, to amend the 2026 budget to include an additional $100,000 to facilitate firefighter training for passenger vehicle rescue and surface water rescue in 2026. So this is in all honesty, this has been, I think, in the first cut. It came out after the last discussion that we had about it, and it's no longer, there's a $100,000 reduction. And the idea was to defer a chunk of the training beyond 2026 and save $100,000 next year in the process. Anybody want a second? Councillor Nishikawa.
I found that satisfactory, the way that it was laid out in the budget, and that I would not want to include another 100,000.
Thank you very much. Anybody want, I mean, we don't have a resolution, I haven't read it yet because we don't have a seconder, but if anybody wants to make a second, I'll read the whole thing and we can have a debate. Is anybody interested in seconding this? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to consider that one withdrawn as well. Thank you. Okay. What do you got next? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. This is it's not housekeeping, but this is just basically I'll read it. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that report FIN-2025-020, 2026 budget report be received, and that the mayor's proposed 2026 operating and capital budgets as amended be received for consideration by council. So basically just to acknowledge receipt of the amended version. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Councillor Zavitz and Councillor Kent.
Just again, not to drag this out, does the clock start, the latest clock start when we vote on this today, or just for housekeeping, if you will?
Director Perosi, if you would, please.
Thank you, through you. The clock has already started. So the clock started when the agenda was posted and council received the budget. So the clock has already started. None of the timelines changed. None of the opportunities to put something forward at the next meeting or provide notice changes. It would just be, then you would receive it again.
Any other questions? Councillor Bosenworth. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kent, I called you first and then Bosenworth, please.
Thank you. I actually had and maybe I'm off here, but I had raised the issue of the snow trails as something for discussion. And I was wondering if we could do that when we complete this. I guess I didn't propose a resolution, but I wasn't exactly sure whether anybody questioned the addition of all that money into the budget.
Thank you for that. I'm going to, yeah, go ahead, Director. Do you know?
Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Kent. I didn't hear that as a proposed amendment. What was requested was a $20,000 inclusion in the budget. What the mayor has included in the budget before you is $10,000. So if you're looking for a change to that, you could put forward an amendment today to do so.
I was actually interested in hearing people's feedback on how the decision was made. They came to us. My worry here is it was 20,000 last year. It's now 10. So is this now going to be a permanent contribution? We've added a new beneficiary in the budget every year, such as pickleball has now become a beneficiary in the budget, as something we're going to do on an ongoing basis. And I just wanted to make sure that that was something that everybody had sort of absorbed, because it seems to me the way things get into these budgets on an ongoing basis is first year it's this, next year it's this, and then it becomes an ongoing, every year we just put it in there. And I wasn't sure that was a level of service thing that we made a decision that we were always going to support. So I wanted to make sure nobody else had any issues with that, or am I the only one?
Thank you. Actually, I think Director Colucci, did you have your hand up to respond to this?
Yes, and through you. So just to be clear, they asked for this for 1 year, the $10,000. So they asked for 20 last year. They asked for another 20 this year, and that would be their last year because they needed some more money to finish off the construction of their building. So, and I think they made that clear in their presentation that it was just for 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On that basis, I feel differently about it, but I don't want to get into the situation where we've decided that this is a new annuity that we're going to pay every year.
Thank you. Did you have a question? No, I can't remember. I called somebody. Was it Councillor Nishikawa? Did you have a comment? Yeah.
I'm going back to my original question about reserves to trails. And I didn't want to hear that let's just put it into another reserve. I actually wanted to make a change in what we're taxing people. I saw $50,000 that was not going to be spent in that area added, because we've never spent that kind of money on a trail before. I just found that I want to reduce the taxes for people. And I thought 50,000 was not required. And so why keep taxing? So anyone to second it.
Second what?
If I put resolution.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I thought I haven't read the resolution on that one, I don't think, but.
Can you be
Okay.
more specific, Councillor Nishikawa? Are you proposing that you go from what's ever in the budget to something else? Can you, because I might support that. I do think that trails are very important. So just be specific, because I may be confused.
There's a $50,000 amount going to reserves for the trails. We have never spent that kind of money on our trails before. And I'm suggesting that it doesn't have to be added to the budget this year.
Or we could have it. I don't know what the justification for the 50 was. Who picked it and why?
Director Colucci, you have your hand up, sir, please.
Yes, and through you. So just understand that, yes, we're putting money into a reserve for trails. It's not being spent this year, but in our recreation master plan, there is a requirement there to add more trails. So I think, as staff, we're looking at locations for new trails and to build more trails. So, we have to build up a reserve that when we do spend the money, that it's there, so we don't have to hit the tax rate at that time.
Okay.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Again,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just blind, but my concern is that we have tapped into development charges for those added benefits to the community. By adding a trail, you're adding the benefit through a development charge thing. That's how it was always explained to me. And so I don't understand this amount of money going into reserves, which is great down the road, but really people are hurting today. And I know that if we added it up, it's only 10 more cents of whatever this and that. I just don't think that we're recognizing that not everybody can keep the increases that we're bringing forward.
Okay, I'm going to ask Director Donaldson to speak to that, but I just want to understand, because I'm not understanding, on your theory, why would we have any reserves that we may not spend today? We just find the money.
No, that's not.
Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm hearing.
No, it's not. I
No, sorry.
specifically about trails. I'm not talking about anything other than trails. That's how I introduced my thing when I came to this discussion. And the reality is that we threw this money and then I heard, oh, but let's just take it, we can put it into some other reserve. I don't want to do that. I just don't, it sounds to me like there's no indication that we're supposed to be looking for any reductions in taxes at this point. We just are going to keep charging. And I thought my job was to actually look for reductions. And I've been so involved with these trails since the 90s, early 90s. I just don't see this amount of money, every year. Like how many more?
I think.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Director Donaldson, can you help us?
I'll try.
Okay.
So I think to my earlier comment that I made during my presentation to Councilor Nishikawa's question, we had increased the total amount of reserves by 875,000 for this year, and it was allocated across a myriad of different departments and reserves to try to just even that out. And I think my response to you was, if we didn't want to put it in trails, we could move it to a different area. But that's not the only option. If it's the will of council and you wish to reduce the increase from 2024 or 2025, that's certainly your prerogative to do so. And I guess my other question, again, my other comment, I don't recall, I haven't got it at my fingertips, but as far as the Development Charges Act goes, it's very specific about what it can be used for. It has to be growth related. And I do not believe we identified trails in our background study, but I stand to be corrected on that. I would have to go back and double check that, but doesn't stand out to me. But again, we will use the available funds that we have either in development charges or parkland dedication to whatever extent we can to mitigate any burden on the general taxpayer, and we will follow the legislation as it's spelled out to us.
Thank you for that. I think I had Councillor Burry, then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So I wouldn't want to see us reduce the reserves, but trails are one of the areas where I think we need to, as a community, change our attitude. I wore my Muskoka volunteer pin today in hopes that I would be able to talk about volunteers. And trails are an area where I think we can get qualified people to volunteer, and we don't need to be spending the money on municipal staff to do the work. And I've heard insurance and bonding and all of the other things. I mean, the one thing we have people that know how to do is cut down trees to make trails. We're actually pretty good at it. So on the trails piece, I don't think we need the reserves in the trails, and I'd love to see how we can engage the community on building something that they use, and giving out more volunteer pins, keeping the money in reserves for the things that we really do need that we can't do ourselves.
Fair comment, Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Mazan, Councillor Roberts.
Okay, thank you, through you. So I guess historically, so as a trails neophyte, I wonder if we could ask the Director of Finance, what have we traditionally put into reserves for trails over the last, I don't know, 2, 3 years? Is that something that falls readily to hand? I mean, is this an odd year and and I understand that it could go anywhere, but you know, did we do $1,100 last year and 3,000 2 years ago and all of a sudden it's 50? Would be helpful.
I just need a moment.
Director Johnson, should we move on and just to give you the breathing room to?
No, I just pulled it up here. So in the trails area and the contributions under the trails division go to the general reserve of parks, recreation, and trails. It's called. In 2024, the contribution specifically in the trails department was $20,000, and in 2025 it was $50,000.
Okay, Councillor Mazan and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you. I just wanted to hear again, I think from Director Colucci, that you mentioned that this was a strategic decision based upon recommendations in the recreation master plan that is kind of forward thinking and just the start of trying to make sure that we're prepared in the event that a future council decision supports something. Is that correct?
Through you. So yes, that's correct. And I think, you know, while I've been here, we've had a couple of requests for additional trails and, you know, we've had people coming forward who want to build trails. So, you know, the idea is if we have money in reserves, then we can build those trails. And also, you know, if we have to do a project to enlarge a trail or to expand a trail, that money's sitting there and we wouldn't have to take from the tax rate to do that.
Thank you for that. Follow up, Councillor Mazan.
Yeah, just thank you, and through you again. Just to Councillor Burry's comment about the support of volunteers, is that something that is contemplated in future plan, or could that be something that's contemplated in future discussion as to how to work? I mean, we've heard multiple times today, most of our programming is led by volunteers in our community. The trails wouldn't be potentially different, but I think we would need to do it in an appropriate manner. Is that something that could be considered?
And through you, Ms. Mayor. So, you know, we haven't looked at a trails committee or a trails volunteer group to assist us with maintaining trails. But it is something that we could look at. You know, we have some other issues right now with volunteers and emergency services and opening warming centers. So once we get through that hurdle, then we can look at other aspects as well.
Thank you.
Thank you both for that. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Councillor Mazan, because that's what I was going to bring up. And I was actually going to ask Mr. Moore the question, but our master plan, our recreation master plan talks about volunteers, about what we can do with volunteer. It's there. It talks about the trail improvements. So if putting it in a reserve now, some sort of money is going to support those future requirements that were was to develop by our staff and our volunteers on that committee. So we'll just work the plan.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I almost just want to remind people that every trail and most parks in our township were built by volunteers. That might be a surprise to many, but I would say that they were really well taken care of for many, many years. And I think at one point, the biggest budget we had when we had a staff member that we actually paid a staff member, I think he got $2,500 a year. And he was an MRI, or excuse me, MRI X employee. So the ministry, basically, he did all that. But we do have those people. But I just kind of, it's so surprising to me to hear this, that, you know, volunteers can't be used here, there. We built everything. every bulb diamond, everything, every community center. So I just don't know why we're not acknowledging that. And the value.
On the contrary, I thought we did acknowledge it, but there are certain liability and insurance issues that we'd have to get over if they're doing something like, and I understand we have lots of people who know how to use chainsaws, but if they get hurt on our property, we are not doing our constituents any favor by trading $500 chainsaw bill.
The
Excuse
trail
me.
committee never had a
Excuse
change
me.
on their hands.
Point of order. Thank you.
Okay, I'll.
Okay, so we have another resolution. We've done them all. I think the insurance or the volunteer thing is a terrific idea. And I think what we need to do is recognize there are certain things that our insurance company will not cover. And I suspect people playing with using chainsaws is one of them. I'm sure they won't let us do a lot of other things without some sort of certification, some sort of training. And that's the biggest obstacle. And as we all know, working with trees and fallen trees, a pretty precarious job on a good day. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And I just think it's important to note, and I can't say, I'm going to share an anecdotal comment that was given to me recently by one of our constituents who paid on their own private property, a commercial undertaking, to have a trail cut. And it cost them up to $25,000 to get a private contractor who's well-known and an expert in this area to do such a trail. So I do think that there are real costs. And I think combined with the fact that there's liability concerns, I think staff knows this, understands this, and is trying to, as Councillor Roberts say, work a plan that has been adopted by this body many, many, many times over. So I appreciate the effort that they put forward.
Councillor Bosenworth.
Your worship, I'd like, if I just could indulge with council's time on 2 points. One is it's sort of a general comment about our overall long-term aspects of what are facing us. But on this recent discussion on about reserves, it's a nuance that had not occurred to me until now. And that is we have this 6.875 million contribution to reserves, and we lay it out into various lines. But I don't think we've ever had a discussion to determine how much of that, 875,000 more that or 50,000 that we're giving this time. We've never had a discussion where to put it. I've always kind of viewed it as, well, we put it into roads, we put it into fire, we put it into here. But at any time we can move it around, as long as we all understand that that is a direction the staff thinks it's probably the right place to put it. But we've never passed policy to say, oh, it can only stay in fire, or it can only stay in road. So as long as that's clear to our council that at any time we could move those around, then let's just leave it. But I never, haven't done that. So that's point one. And
So I'm just going to look to
fair enough.
Director Donaldson to confirm that notion.
Absolutely, through your worship. So I'm looking more for council in terms of the large aggregate number, and then allocating that based on current balances, current draws that we're looking at through our capital plan, what keeps us kind of keeps our reserve balances kind of healthy for the different ones we have. But absolutely, I would be prepared to share that information and take further direction from committee and council if there was a desire to go with a different allocation methodology. I think because really the focus of the budget is really about the tax rate, and that's the aggregate number, not specifically as to what reserve it goes into, but happy to share more details on that.
And you had a second point, Councillor?
No, just a general comment. I spent a fair amount of time going through this budget, not the operating budget. The operating budget is up, I think, 4.9%. It's probably on the high side of what most constituents would like, because our inflation is now around, 2 to 3, although construction invitation is quite a bit higher. Since the beginning of this term, compared to the last levy, of the previous term, we have increased our levy by 48%. And I'm just worried about the sustainability of tax increases in the 10% plus range. And there's nothing we can do about it right now, so just keep working on this. On top of that, since, what's the number? Since 2022, the 10-year capital plan was $76 million. It is now 190, which is almost, something like 2.5 times more. And the wall we have and the challenges we have in front of us, I just do not know how to get my head around it. I believe we have a borrowing capacity, if I'm correct, in the 30 to 40, maybe 50 million range. But that just spreads that 190 million over maybe the next 30 or 40 years, which is probably going to be the right answer. But 10% increases for the next term for another 4 years will take our 23% of our total bill to, I don't know, 24, 25, 26, 27, and we won't be able to hide under that umbrella anymore because we will now be the, the second largest piece. Anyway, that's what keeps me up when I start looking at these numbers. I know it keeps our director of finance up because he's spoken to it at previous talks, but we have a huge challenge ahead of us. This budget is perfectly fine. We cannot over-attribute to capital reserves, certainly not right now. The one glimmer I hope that I heard in this presentation from the director of finance was that I think by 2030, if we increase our contributions to the reserve by 5%, we will be turning the reserve balance from continuing negatives to positives. But that means probably 4 more years of 10%-ish range. And you put 10% on top of what, the 48% that we've already got, and it's a really big number. So I don't mean to bring a downer, but
Too late.
That's the reality. It's too late. And this is a challenge for us. I think we are perfectly capable of handling it. We've got this presentation from staff today, I find, is of the highest possible quality any council could ask of. I am absolutely thrilled by it, but I do not want to lose sight of the challenges we have ahead of us.
Absolutely right. Okay, anybody else with questions or comments on anything? Have I got some? Before Councillor Nishikawa left, we had created a resolution moved by her relating to the reserve allocation that was made to trails. I think it's to pull the out of the budget, pull that amount out of the budget. There was no seconder, and the mover's not here anymore. So we would need someone to make the motion or to second it. Anybody interested? Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. I thought we did this.
You read it.
Okay, I'm going to read this again, and you're probably going to vote on it again. Moved by Councillor Roberts, second by Councillor Kent, be it resolved that report FIN 2025-20, 2026 budget report be received, and that the mayor's proposed 2026 operating and capital budgets as amended be received for consideration by council. Any questions this time? All in favor? Oh, you did it already. I carried. And are we down to? Oh boy. All right, a couple more. Please stay with me. I'm going to just change that name. Moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-123 to confirm the proceedings of special council on November 3rd, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. And then finally, Moved by Councillor Bozenworth, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that council adjourn at 2:18 a.m. or no, p.m. Sorry. And the next regular meeting of council will be held on Wednesday, November the 12th, 2025 at 1:00 p.m. electronically from the council chambers, municipal offices in Port Carling, Ontario. All in favor? Oh, sorry. You still have time up until the, yeah, well, I shouldn't be the one. I'll let, yeah.